Chapter 1102. On the other side, Lin Yu was protecting a young man in white behind her like she was protecting a little chick. As far as she knew, he should be one of the two heroes of the war province, sword cultivator Li Taibai. The sword dragon hovering above his head undoubtedly explained his identity. Yu Daiwei couldn't understand who had ambushed Yu Huajin until Yu Huajin roared. What a similar scene to Thought Moon Immortal. Half a year ago, she was stopped by Zhao Chun on her way to Shocking Waves Lake Pass. When she was talking to Zhao Chun, she had been ambushed by Thought Moon Immortal. That time, Thought Moon Immortal had shown mercy and didn't take her life. But this time was different. Yu Huajin could clearly feel her vitality rapidly fading away. Because of the pain and anger, Yu Huajin's eyes trembled violently. She couldn't believe that Thought Moon Immortal would really kill her. Indeed, Thought Moon Immortal had warned her not to come within 100 kilometers of Luya after severely injuring her last time. How could she take it to heart? For someone like her, she would definitely investigate Thought Moon Immortal's movements before taking action. Thought Moon Immortal couldn't be secretly protecting Luya all the time, right? As far as she knew, Thought Moon Immortal had been exploring the Earth Fissure recently and hadn't returned. She shouldn't have appeared here at all. But Thought Moon Immortal had snuck in here long ago and had been hiding, waiting for the moment she took action to launch a sneak attack. She had grasped the timing very well. Even if her condition had slipped, she was still a ninth-order divine sea realm cultivator. Last time, she had been ambushed because Zhao Qin had distracted her. This time, she had been ambushed because she had let her guard down. Under normal circumstances, even Thought Moon Immortal couldn't pose such a fatal threat to a cultivator of the same level so easily. Ghost cultivators were always able to hibernate like this. They didn't make a move, but once they did, it would be earth-shattering. In an instant, Yu Huajin understood one thing. The information she had received was wrong, and she didn't dare to think about how Moon Immortal could interfere with her intelligence. I've said it before, but it seems you didn't take it to heart. Thought Moon Immortal's soft voice sounded in her ear, but it was like a soul-stirring sound. Update without error at Yu Huajin's expression suddenly became flustered. It was not because she was about to die. When she carried out this plan, she was already prepared to die. Even if she was lucky enough to survive today, she would die one day. The reason why she was flustered was because a completely unfamiliar figure had appeared in front of the teleportation formation. It was not Luya as she had imagined. The other party was a woman with extremely powerful spiritual energy fluctuations, at least on the level of an 8th-order divine sea realm cultivator. Furthermore, the surface of her body was covered in layers of defensive spirit techniques. At the same time, there was also an artifact revolving around her, giving her a very alert posture. The other party obviously knew that he would be attacked as soon as he appeared, so he had prepared himself in advance. Luya knew that he was going to kill him. This strange woman was a substitute he had called over, a helper, just to attract his attention. Saber. In an instant, Yu Huajin saw through the truth. Sorrow filled her heart. She knew that she had been betrayed. Not only had the myriad Devil Ridge betrayed her, but the person she trusted the most had also betrayed her. She could not blame anyone. In the end, she had chosen a path that no one could tolerate. At the last moment before her vitality dissipated, she suddenly turned her head. A pair of gloomy eyes stared at Li Taibai, who was being protected behind Lin Yu. Raging flames burned in her old eyes. It was not a manifestation of pure anger, but real flames, pale white flames. Then a venomous voice came from her mouth. Soul flame fusion. As the violent spiritual energy surged, raging flames swept out and wrapped her whole body. Nian Yuxian sensed that something was wrong. With a shake of her willow leaf dagger, she shattered the last of her vitality. Almost at the same time, Li Taibai's clone let out a muffled groan. The sword dragon that had been hovering above his head collapsed uncontrollably. His body swayed, slightly and was about to fall to the ground. Lin Yu, who was protecting him, turned pale with fright. She turned around to support him. However, there was another person who moved faster than her. It was Lu Ye. The sudden appearance of Nian Yuxian was a pleasant surprise. If he had known that Nian Yuxian was here, he would not have needed to make so many preparations. He had thought that this trip would be a life-and-death battle. Since Nian Yuxian had made a move, there was no need for him to waste any more time. However, he did not let his guard down. When a person was at a dead end, it would not be strange for them to do anything crazy. Pale White. This chapter is not finished. Chapter 11:02. Death, the point of no return. When the flames emerged from Yu Huajin's eyes, her clone was already on guard. Her main body had already rushed towards her clone. Therefore, she was able to support her clone before Lin Yu. Sensing the change in her clone, Lu Ye immediately understood the terror of Yu Huajin's final counterattack. This should be a spiritual energy secret technique. She burned the power of her own spiritual energy. In a desperate situation, she did not seek to protect herself. She only sought to take her enemy down with her. After this move, regardless of whether her enemy died or not, Yu Huajin would not be able to survive. Lin Yu was right. Comparatively speaking, Yu Huajin's killing intent towards Li Tai Bai was greater. This was because Tan Shu had indeed died under his sword. This was something that could not be faked. It was also something that everyone had witnessed. Therefore, when she realized that she was about to die, she resolutely used this secret technique on Li Tai Bai. The reason why the clone could exist like a living person without revealing any flaws was that the root of the talent tree had taken away a part of Lu Ye's strength, including his vitality, spiritual energy, and spiritual energy. Of course, Lu Yi could restore this part of his strength at any time, so it would not affect his strength too much. The eruption of a ninth-order divine sea realm cultivator burning his own soul in a desperate situation was simply too terrifying. The huge spiritual energy impact instantly annihilated a part of the clone soul, causing Lu Yi to directly lose contact with it and no longer be able to sense the existence of its soul. Lu Yi secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, the clone had attracted Yu Huajin's hatred. Otherwise, if this secret technique had been aimed at his main body, even with the soul-suppressing tower protecting his soul would have been shaken and his soul might have been torn apart. The current situation was that although the clone soul had been annihilated, it had not disappeared. After all, the root of the talent tree was still there, and so was the clone's vitality and spiritual energy. For Lu Yi, all he needed to do was replenish the clone's spiritual energy. It was not too troublesome. Lin Yu, however, did not know this. Seeing Li Tai Bai faint, she could not help but be shocked. Junior brother Tai Bai. This voice reached Yu Huajin's ears, and when her vitality finally dissipated, a smile appeared on her face. No matter what, she had avenged her grandson. The pale white flames that burned Yu Huajin's soul disappeared, and Thought Moon Immortal pulled out her willow catkin short sword. Yu Huajin's body fell limply to the ground. She did not pay attention to the chaos on Li Tai Bai's side. In her opinion, Li Tai Bai was a member of Myriad Demon Ridge, so his life and death had nothing to do with her. She had only come here to protect Lu Yi. Now that she had killed Yu Huajin, the biggest threat was gone, and her mission was complete. Holding the willow catkin short sword, she raised her eyes and looked at Yu Daiwei in front of her indifferently. Yu Daiwei did not dare to move, and her expression became complicated. After the clone received the soul power from the main body, it immediately opened its eyes. Lin Yu stepped forward nervously and asked with concern, "Junior brother Tai Bai, are you all right? Is your soul injured?" She could also see the danger of Yu Huajin's last secret technique. Logically speaking, Li Tai Bai should not be in a good condition if he was suddenly attacked, but now it seemed that he was fine. The clone shook its head. "My soul is fine. I've made senior sister worry. Lin Yu said, check carefully. Don't leave any hidden dangers. Although the clone knew that there was no need to check anything, it still did as he was told. Lu Yi just stood to the side and remained silent. Not far away, Yu Daiwei's voice suddenly sounded. Lu Yi, look over here. Lu Yi looked over and saw that she was standing on the teleportation array, staring at Thought Moon Immortal. However, their expressions were completely different. Thought Moon Immortal's face was full of scrutiny, but Yu Daiwei's entire body was tense, as if she was facing a great enemy. If it were an ordinary ghost cultivator, it would naturally not be enough to make Yu Daiwei so nervous. As everyone knew, ghost cultivator's ability to fight head-on was better than other sects. Her faction was a notch worse, so even if her cultivation was lower, she would still be able to level one. Against a ghost cultivator, it was not a problem to keep her life. The key point was that the one standing in front of her was not a normal ghost cultivator, but Thought Moon Immortal. In addition to being a ghost cultivator, she was also a sword cultivator. Moreover, she was someone who fought side by side with Taishan during the same period. She had heard Taishan talk about Thought Moon Immortal more than once. She was definitely one of the strongest members of 9 regions. She had no confidence that she could defeat the other party, especially under the premise that they were so close to each other. If she really made a move, her weak body as a magical cultivator would not be able to withstand it. This chapter is not finished. Chapter 1102. Ghost Cultivator. The point of no return. She received several flying swords from the other party. She didn't expect to bump into Thought Moon Immortal in this place. If she had known that she was here, she would not have agreed to Lu Ye's request. Now, she was entrusted with a small favor, but she was trapped here. In particular, the way Thought Moon Immortal looked at her made her feel very uneasy, as if a sharp sword would stab her at any time. She had no choice but to ask for help from Lu Yi. Seeing her like this, Lu Yi wanted to laugh, but after all, she was invited by herself, and she also helped to divert Yu Huajin's attention. I can't do something like burning the bridge after crossing the river. She didn't look like a good person. Kill her or not? Thought Moon Immortal asked. Yu Daiwei held her breath and stared at Lu Yi nervously. She was afraid that the word kill would come out of his mouth, and then she would be dead. Why do I look like a bad person? But I don't dare to say it out loud. Although she's not a good person, she was also entrusted by me to come here, and there are some things that will fall on her later. Senior Sister Nian, please spare her dog life, Lu Yi said softly. Yu Daiwei glared at him fiercely, apparently very dissatisfied with him. It's still your job to be a dog. Please enter Come to view the latest update. Chapter 1102. Ghost Cultivator. The point of no return. Chapter 1103. With Lu Ye's guarantee, Thought Moon Immortal finally withdrew her killing intent. She lightly spat out a word, "Get lost." Yu Daiwei felt as if she had been granted amnesty. She turned around and flew out. Only when she flew far away did a voice come from afar. Lu Yi, don't forget your promise. The smell of blood filled the air. Yu Huajin's corpse was lying horizontally. Lin Yu was still nervously protecting Li Taibai behind her, her gaze fixed on Thought Moon Immortal. Compared to the old and frail Yu Huajin, the sudden appearance of Thought Moon Immortal undoubtedly made her feel more nervous. She could let Lu Yi freely enter and exit the Dark Moon Forest Pass under the premise of cooperation between the two sides. And no matter what, Li Taibai and Lu Yi had some friendship. But this didn't mean that just anyone could barge into the pass she guarded, especially a powerful ghost cultivator like Thought Moon Immortal. Yu Huajin was killed by her in one blow. If Thought Moon Immortal was willing, she couldn't protect herself. For a moment, she couldn't help but feel a sense of crisis. Fortunately, she also knew that Thought Moon Immortal probably wouldn't kill again. Just as the myriad Devil Ridge wanted to maintain the fragile peace between the two camps, the Grand Heaven Alliance also had the same idea. Why is Senior Sister Nian here? Lu Yi asked. Thought Moon Immortal had a good relationship with Shui Yuan. She was once the right-hand man of Big Senior Brother. So although there was a gap in age, it wasn't a problem to call her senior sister, especially now that Lu Yi had already reached the Divine Sea. However, he could vaguely guess that it shouldn't be a coincidence that Thought Moon Immortal appeared here. Obviously, she had received some news and had been secretly following Yu Huajin. Otherwise, she wouldn't have grasped the timing so well. Passing by, Thought Moon Immortal replied lightly. She naturally wouldn't tell Lu Yi the whole story. There was no need for that. Now that Yu Huajin was dead, the biggest threat had been removed. No one would secretly want to kill Lu Yi in the future. Lu Yi was speechless. In vast Sky City, in the headmaster's small courtyard, the headmaster and Zhao Chun of the Heaven Yuan sect sat across from each other, sipping tea. The two of them had been sitting there for several hours already. Neither of them spoke, but they had drunk several pots of tea. Zhao Chun suddenly showed a sad expression and slowly got up. Brother Tang, this matter is over. Goodbye. The sect leader nodded and didn't say anything, nor did he send him off. Zhao Chun walked out of the house and looked up. He saw a sky full of stars, and the night sky was bright. He let out a deep sigh. The feelings of the past could only be recalled. Some things couldn't be stopped, and some people couldn't be persuaded. Since they couldn't be stopped or persuaded, they could only nip the problem in the bud. Even if they couldn't bear it, even if they were sad, they still had to give it up. At his level of cultivation, the interests of the sect had long surpassed personal feelings. He had to make plans for the entire Heavenly Yuan sect, and could no longer be someone's senior brother. He had also thought of continuing to stop her, just like he had done the last time. However, it was meaningless. Moreover, that junior sister no longer had any attachments. Now, she was only filled with hatred and resentment. At this time, this kind of obsession was very dangerous. In the end, he had chosen a path of no return. Dark Moon Forest Pass. Thought Moon Immortal had already left with Yu Huajin's corpse. Before leaving, she didn't say much to Lu Yi. It was as if she really was just passing by and casually killed a small character who wanted to harm Lu Yi. Lin Yu breathed a long sigh of relief, as if a big stone had been lifted from her heart. Lu Yi also left. He didn't use the transmission array, but instead flew out of the Dark Moon Forest Pass. After traveling 100 kilometers, Yu Daiwei was waiting. When she saw Lu Yi, she couldn't help but look behind him. She was still worried, so she used her divine sense to investigate the surroundings. Lu Yi looked at her. What are you looking for? Yu Daiwei was very careful, and with a sneaky look, she asked, Did Thought Moon Immortal follow you? Lead the way, Lu Yi urged impatiently. Yu Daiwei curled her lips. However, she also knew that if Thought Moon Immortal had followed them secretly, she might not have been able to find her with her ability. So, even if she tried to investigate, it would be useless. Looking Lu Yi up and down, she clicked her tongue in wonder. So you're already a fourth-order divine sea realm cultivator. She didn't pay much attention before, but when Lu Ye's saber intent and spirit chi surged in the Dark Moon Forest Pass, she suddenly discovered that Lu Ye's cultivation had reached the fourth-order divine sea realm. First update at more than a year ago, Lu Yi, who had been missing for a long time, didn't know where to go. This chapter is not finished. Chapter 1103. Divine Sea, realm seeing Taishan. When Lu Yi returned to the 9 provinces, he had only just broken through to the Divine Sea realm. In just over a year, his cultivation had advanced by 4 minor realms. Such a cultivation speed was terrifying. She faintly realized that it was because he had broken through to the 4th-order Divine Sea realm that Lu Yi took the initiative to ask to see Senior, because he probably felt that he was qualified to escape from Senior. Thinking about it again, Lu Yi really did have such qualifications. This guy's true strength was always several minor realms higher than his true realm. Thinking back to when he had just broken through to the divine sea realm, Lu Yi had already been difficult to deal with. Now he was even stronger than before. Even if Senior took action, how confident could he be in capturing him alive? What's more, Senior valued him greatly, so he might not necessarily hate him. Worthy of being a person favored by the heavens. Yu Daiwei had never envied anyone in her life, but facing Lu Yi, she still felt a little uncomfortable. Lead the way, Lu Yi urged again, just as Yu Daiwei thought. Now that he had broken through to the fourth order divine sea realm, he felt that he could escape from Taishan. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken the initiative to see Taishan. There were some things that needed to be discussed openly with him, not for anything else. But the current situation in the 9 states was not good. The forces in Taishan's hands were an unstable factor, and if he took advantage of this opportunity to cause trouble, it would only make the situation worse. So Lu Yi had to appease him. Also, Lu Yi wanted to talk to Taishan about borrowing his subordinate's strength. He had to return to the blood-refining world eventually, and it would be useless for him to go back alone. So he needed to bring a large number of helpers. Where would these helpers come from? The forces under Taishan's command were the best choice, and they were also ready-made choices. Of course, if it were anyone else, Taishan might not care. But this matter involved his eldest senior brother, so it was impossible for Taishan to remain indifferent. First update at these 2 points were Lu Ye's plan. As for whether Taishan believed him or not, Lu Yi didn't need to worry about it. Before returning from the blood-refining world, his eldest senior brother had given him a lot of instructions. Yu Daiwei led the way with Lu Yi following closely behind. This woman probably had some resentment in her heart, so she deliberately wanted to embarrass Lu Yi while flying. She flew faster and faster, waiting for Lu Yi to beg her to slow down so that she could regain her face. Unexpectedly, no matter how fast she flew, Lu Yi could easily keep up with her, which made her very depressed. The plan in her heart was ruined, so she could only slow down. Flying like before consumed a lot of her energy. Flying from dark to dawn. Lu Yi felt that something was wrong in this direction. This was because, from the map, it seemed to be heading towards Fan Mountain. His heart skipped a beat. Is Taishan over at Mount Tang? Fan Mountain was vast and sparsely populated. Now, other than the Jade Blood sect, there was only the Ziwei Taoist Palace. On many spiritual peaks, there were many caves of rogue cultivators. If Taishan hid in one of the caves and pretended to be a rogue cultivator, no one would be able to find him. Yu Daiwei said, "His Excellency deliberately chose that place to meet you. Even I can't confirm his whereabouts, so you don't need to inquire about it." This was normal. For someone like Taishan, it was not good for him to show off in front of others. After hiding for so many years, there were probably hiding places everywhere in the 9 states. After entering Mount Tang, Lu Yi looked down and frowned. Fan Mountain used to be a picturesque place with lush mountains and clear waters, a place filled with outstanding people. However, at this moment, many of the spirit peaks were barren and devoid of life. This was clearly the result of the insect clan's rampage. Fan Mountain was not the only place like this. Currently, most of the 9 states were in the same situation. When they reached a nameless mountain, Yu Daiwei stopped and flew over. Lu Yi followed closely. Landing on the peak, Lu Yi saw a familiar figure waiting for his arrival. It was Taishan. Beside him was a burly figure, but looking at his dull expression, it should be a Dao soldier. Lu Yi could not help but think of Dao Shi-san. When he returned from the blood-refining realm, Dao Shi-san did not come back with him. Presumably, the long-distance teleportation consumed too much energy, so Jiuzhou's Tianji cut off Dao Shi-san's teleportation and left him in the blood-refining realm. Sit. Taishan smiled warmly, making people feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze. Lu Yi didn't stand on ceremony and sat across from him in a carefree manner. The first time he saw Taishan, he was still young. This chapter is not finished. Chapter 11:03. Mysterious seeing Taishan. After all, he was only a 5th order true lake realm cultivator at that time, but now he was a 4th order divine sea realm cultivator. His cultivation had crossed an entire great realm. Moreover, he had seen dozens of cultivators stronger than Taishan and had been trained by them for several months. Lu Yi could now be considered an experienced and knowledgeable person. It could be said that in the 9 states, there was no one who could move him in terms of power and influence. Moreover, Taishan was not an overbearing person. He had always given off a warm and amiable feeling. Yu Daiwei sat quietly to the side and took out a tea set to boil tea. "Little friend, why are you looking for me?" As the tea fragrance filled the air, Taishan looked at Lu Yi with a smile. No matter what Lu Yi wanted from him, for him, Lu Yi taking the initiative to contact him was what he wanted to see the most. Their last contact had left a deep impression on Taishan, and he had a general understanding of Lu Ye's character. Therefore, he knew that if he wanted Lu Yi to submit, force would not work. He could only persuade him with reason, move him with emotion, and plot slowly. Understand the current situation in the 9 states was a good opportunity for him. As long as he could solve the problem of the insect plague, he could set off a wave of momentum and let the name of primal chaos spread throughout the 9 states, attracting people to join him. He had prepared everything. Now, all he needed was Lu Ye's nod, and the 3rd faction, Primal Chaos, would appear out of nowhere and clear the calamities of the 9 states. At that time, whether it was Primal Chaos or Lu Yi, they would become the saviors of the 9 states. With such kindness, would there be any need to worry about Primal Chaos not being able to carry forward? Please enter .com in your browser to view. Chapter 11:03. Mysterious seeing Taishan. Chapter 11:04. At that time, Lu Yi would stand in front of the stage while he would hide behind the scenes. The 2 sides would work together to gradually erode the power of Haotian Alliance and Wanmo Ridge. One day, there would only be 1 camp left in the 9 regions. At that time, there would be no more confrontations between the 2 camps, and there would be no more endless battles and killings. For this goal, he had concealed his identity and prepared for decades. Now, Lu Yi, a person who was favored by the heavens, had appeared. It could be said that the time, place, and people were all right. Everything was complete except for the east wind. While Taishan was thinking about it, Lu Yi was also pondering. He was thinking about how to lay his cards on the table with Taishan. He didn't have that much patience and time. He wasn't good at schemes and tricks. His experience and knowledge in the blood-refining world were his unique advantages. Therefore, some things were better to be straightforward, just like the strategy he used to deal with Yu Huajin. Therefore, he said, "Senior brother Taishan, please excuse me." Taishan looked at him with a puzzled face. He didn't know why Lu Yi suddenly called him senior brother. Such a title was not to be casually called, especially under the premise that his subordinate Yu Daiwei had once captured Lu Yi alive and detained him in a small secret realm for several months. Lu Yi stared at him with burning eyes and said calmly, "There is a birthmark the size of a fingernail on your left buttocks near the waist. There are 3 hairs on it, 1 long and 2 short. The longer one is darker in color." The smile on Taishan's face suddenly became stiff, and the corner of his eyes twitched visibly. Understand Yu Daiwei, who was quietly brewing tea, couldn't help but raise her head. Her eyes widened as she looked at Lu Yi. She instinctively felt that Lu Yi was talking nonsense, but it was a little unusual for him to talk so much. She turned her head to look at Taishan with a look of inquiry. If she didn't have enough willpower, she was afraid that she would ask if it was true. Taishan noticed her gaze and turned to stare at her. Yu Daiwei quickly lowered her head and continued to brew tea. She looked down, but in fact her ears were almost pricked up. Her curiosity was burning. "What are you talking about, little friend?" Taishan frowned. The way this conversation unfolded was completely different from what he had expected. In his mind, Lu Yi might come here to ask him about some more secretive matters, or perhaps ask about the mysteries of the disc. He had already thought of many excuses, so he wouldn't hide too much from Lu Yi because he felt that, why right now, Lu Yi had enough qualifications. But the moment Lu Yi opened his mouth, Taishan, Lu Yi continued to expose him. Senior brother has a sword wound under your third rib. You were injured by an 8th order divine sword cultivator when you were 30. Senior brother once liked a woman named Mei Er, but that woman thought that senior brother's appearance was mediocre and his background was ordinary, so she didn't take a fancy to senior brother. In the end, she followed a handsome disciple of a great sect. As a result, they both died in a great battle. Senior brother was sad for a long time and even shed tears. So after that, senior apprentice brother didn't like those young and inexperienced girls anymore. Senior apprentice brother prefers more mature women who are more charming. Yu Daiwei, who had been listening attentively, quickly straightened her body, intentionally or unintentionally revealing a myriad of amorous feelings. Also, senior brother's alcohol tolerance is bad. If he doesn't use his spirit chi to dissolve the alcohol, he will get drunk after a single pot. Every time he drinks too much, he likes to brag and then find someone to fight. After the fight, he will find a random place to lie down. Once, senior brother accidentally entered a farmhouse and was picked up by a widowed woman. Enough! Taishan quickly interrupted Lu Yi, the corners of his eyes twitching. He really didn't dare let him continue. If he did, he would lose all prestige in front of his subordinates. He snorted coldly. I really didn't know that Nian Yuxian is a gossipy woman who likes to gossip behind people's backs. Lu Yi looked at him calmly. Senior brother thinks that senior sister, Nian, told me these things. Otherwise, senior brother really thinks that senior sister Nian knows so many secrets? I have worked with her for many years and we are like siblings. What does she not know? Although he said so, he still had some doubts. It wasn't strange for Nian Yuxian to know ordinary secrets. After all, they had been together for so many years. But how could Nian Yuxian know the length of the hair on his birthmark? Other than himself, only one other person knew about this kind of thing. This chapter is not finished. Chapter 1104. Secret after a great battle. When the blood was washed away in the river, that person even reached out and plucked those 3 hairs. When he thought of this, his heart trembled, and he looked at Lu Yi in disbelief. Lu Yi said lightly, "It seems that senior brother has some guesses." Tai Shan's expression changed, and his aura began to fluctuate. Yu Daiwei's expression also became serious. She had never seen her lord like this. Impossible! Taishan shouted in a low voice. Everyone who knows senior brother thinks that you have been dead for many years. But in fact, senior brother is still alive and well. Senior brother can fake his death to escape. Why can't others do the same? I buried his bones with my own hands. Taishan stared at Lu Yi. Lu Yi said, "Then, senior brother, do you know how I know your name? I have never mentioned you in front of senior sister Nian." As he said this, he slowly stood up and walked in front of the Dao soldier. He raised his hand and pointed at the Dao soldier's heart. Yu Daiwei said warily, "What are you doing?" Lu Yi said, "The refining method of this kind of Dao soldier is flawed, so the Dao soldier refined has very low intelligence. And if there is a special method, it is very easy to make them like this." With a push of spiritual power, the Dao soldier suddenly closed his eyes and fell to the ground softly. He snored and fell into a deep sleep. Taishan watched quietly. Even someone as calm as him was extremely chaotic at this moment. This was because he suddenly realized that something that he thought was impossible seemed to be the truth. This made him really incredulous. "Senior brother, if you still don't believe me, I can swear on the heavenly secret oath." Lu Yi sat back down again. Taishan didn't say anything. He tried to calm the chaos in his mind. After a long while, he said, Do you think that the heavenly secret oath still has the ability to restrain you? Lu Yi frowned. Senior brother, what do you mean? The heavenly secret claims to be fair and just, but in fact it is also biased, especially for people like you who are favored by the heavenly secret. There will always be tolerance. If you don't believe me, you can try. If he didn't say it, Lu Yi didn't care too much. Now that he said it, Lu Yi remembered something. When he swore the heavenly secret oath in front of Yu Daiwei, he did not feel the restraint of the heavenly secret oath. He turned to look at Yu Daiwei and said, Jade Blood Sect's Lu Yi respectfully requests the heavenly secret oath to bear witness. This disciple likes this woman very much. If I dislike her in the slightest, may I be struck by lightning. After waiting for a moment, there was nothing unusual. Yu Daiwei looked at him with her eyes. Lu Yi showed a troubled expression. I originally wanted to swear on the heavenly secret oath to gain senior brother's trust, but now it seems that this method doesn't seem to work. I don't know how to make senior brother believe me. I believe. Lu Yi raised his eyebrows and looked at him with some surprise. Taishan said, In this world, only he and I know the refining method of Dao soldiers. It could also be that I obtained some handwritten notes or something that was passed down. Taishan shook his head slowly. He wouldn't be so bored as to record these things. He looked up at Lu Yi. He is really still alive. Lu Yi nodded. He is alive and well. Taishan showed a puzzled expression. If a person like him is still alive, how could the Jade Blood Sect be so lonely? How could he not stir up the storm all these years? Because he is no longer in the 9 regions. If he is not in the 9 regions, then where is he? A region called the Blood Refining Realm. Lu Yi picked up the tea in front of him and took a sip. Senior brother, have you ever thought about why I lost contact with you for more than 2 years after I was detained in that small secret realm? Where did I go during that time? You went to the Blood Refining Realm. Taishan sensed something. Lu Yi nodded. When I was detained in the small secret realm that day, Dao 13 was guarding the entrance of the secret realm. I had no way to escape, so I thought of a way to break the foundation of the secret realm. Originally, I thought that after the secret realm collapsed, I would be able to escape. Who knew that when the secret realm collapsed, I did not return to the 9 regions. Instead, I was sent to the Blood Refining Realm. The situation of the Blood Refining Realm appeared in front of Taishan as Lu Yi explained. He heard Feng Wujiang raising the banner there and creating a pure land for the human race. In the pure land, even the dozens of old seniors who had been famous for a long time were under his command. Taishan couldn't help but laugh out loud, revealing a gratified expression as if he was worthy of being called Taishan. He even had a trace of fascination. When he heard that the human race lived a hard life in the Blood Refining Realm and that the Jade Blood Holy Land had to be besieged by the Blood Race every few years, his expression became solemn. Yu Daiwei was even more dumbfounded. Her cultivation was indeed higher than Lu Ye's, and she was more knowledgeable. This chapter is not finished. Chapter 1104. Blood Refining Realm Secret. There were many, but she had never experienced anything as bizarre as Lu Ye's. She finally understood why His Excellency had chosen Lu Ye. For someone like him who was favored by the heavens, the things he had experienced were unimaginable for ordinary people. When a lot of information about an entire realm was presented in front of Taishan, the last bit of doubt in his heart disappeared. What Lu Yi said was too bizarre, but after careful investigation, there were no flaws. Lu Yi wouldn't deliberately fabricate such a realm just to deceive him. Without personal experience, these things couldn't be fabricated. After a long time, Lu Yi finished talking about the Blood Refining Realm. Taishan keenly sensed the problem. As you said, the blood race's encirclement will continue, but the Jade Blood Holy Land's outer defense line has been broken. Won't it be very dangerous when the blood race attacks next time? That's right, so I have to rush back before the blood race encircles the Jade Blood Holy Land. Moreover, I have to bring a group of people back. The Jade Blood Holy Land doesn't lack top combat power, but they lack numbers. So, Senior Martial Brother Taishan, if you still remember your past friendship with my eldest Senior Martial Brother, I want to ask you for help. Essence / first update of Book Pavilion. Please enter M. Come to view the latest update. Chapter 1104. Blood Refining Realm Secret. Chapter 1105. Lu Yi had also considered whether he should report the matter of the Blood Refinement Realm to Grand Sky City so that Grand Sky City could organize manpower. If that was really the case, it would save him a lot of trouble. However, this was ultimately a matter of another realm, and Grand Sky Alliance might not be willing to interfere. Mobilizing troops from one realm and going on an expedition to another realm was extremely dangerous, and there might not be many benefits to be gained. It was very difficult to form a large-scale organization. This was different from the last time when the cultivators of the 9 states had killed their way into the Peerless Continent. At that time, the Peerless Continent had already been enveloped by Tianji of the 9 states, and cultivators could obtain military merits by killing enemies there. Moreover, the battles on the Peerless Continent were only limited to the Cloud River tier, and the cultivators were very active. Update without error thus, if Lu Yi really wanted to bring helpers over, he could only think of a way himself. Taishan's side was undoubtedly a very good choice. Lu Yi did not know how powerful the forces under Taishan's command were, but from the few interactions he had, Taishan's tentacles might not have reached the upper echelons of the 2 great camps, but the forces he secretly controlled were definitely not weak. Otherwise, he would not have the intention to establish a 3rd camp. Since he had this determination and courage, then he should have a corresponding foundation. If he could agree to this matter, when the time came, he would be able to secretly mobilize people, and the number of people he could bring over would definitely not be small. When Taishan asked, Lu Yi shook his head. I'm not sure, but I know that I will definitely be summoned by Tianji again. This was a vague feeling. After all, Tianji could not just send him to the Blood Refinement Realm for no reason, and leave him alone after seeing the suffering of the people there and the Jade Blood Holy Land on the verge of collapse. If that was the case, then his trip to the Blood Refinement Realm last time would be a dry joke, and Tianji would not do such a useless thing. He believed that Tianji sent him over last time with a deeper meaning. Thus, when the time was right, he would definitely have a chance to return to the Blood Refinement Realm. This was something that Lu Yi firmly believed ever since he returned from the Blood Refinement Realm. I can agree to this matter, but you have to promise me one thing. Lu Yi sighed and said, what Senior Brother Taishan mentioned, my eldest Senior Brother, also told me that the 3rd camp isn't reliable. Since ancient times, the Hautian Alliance and Wanma Ridge have been opposing each other for thousands of years. Such a situation is deeply rooted in people's hearts. Even if Senior Brother really creates a 3rd camp, it will only make the situation more chaotic. Back then, eldest Senior Brother also had such thoughts, but he gave it up in the end. That's why he handed that thing over to someone else for safekeeping. Eldest Senior Brother said that he understands your painstaking efforts and original intentions, but he still hopes that you can temporarily give up this idea. The situation in the 9 regions is already worrying enough, but at least it's clear now. If you still want to do so, you can make a decision after you go to the blood refining world and talk to him. If you still want to do so, he won't stop you anymore. Instead, he will help you. Taishan suddenly smiled. From the looks of it, he is still alive. Huh. Lu Yi frowned and looked at him. He immediately reacted. Taishan had never fully believed him. But when he told him about the token to establish a 3rd camp, he truly believed him. Because even eldest Senior Brother's wife, who kept it, was not clear about the function of the token, and thought Moon Immortal was also not clear about it. As for Lu Yi, if eldest Senior Brother did not personally say it, Lu Yi would not dare to believe that there was such a strange thing in this world. Today, I came here mainly to tell Senior Brother about this. Senior brother can think about it quietly. If you have a decision, just let senior sister you send me a message. Yu Daiwei was in a trance. Originally, under Lu Ye's request, she brought him to see his honor. She thought that this trip would achieve his honor's wish, no matter what. Who knew that after a conversation, they seemed to have turned from enemies to friends? He even called her senior sister Yu. It made her feel embarrassed. In addition, the current situation in 9 states is unstable, and the common people are suffering. I ask senior brother Taishan to be merciful and not easily stir up the situation. Taishan laughed. In your opinion, what kind of person am I? Lu Yi told the truth. In order to achieve my goal, some people will do anything. Taishan seemed to have not expected Lu Yi to have such an evaluation. After pondering for a moment, he nodded and said, "It seems that what you said is not wrong, but to be honest, I hate conspiracies and tricks the most, and I also hate those who live behind the scenes and play tricks the most. When I followed your eldest senior brother, I didn't have to care about anything. I just needed to let go of my shoulders and do it. Wherever your eldest senior brother pointed, I would lead the army to fight. However, people will always change. Different environments, different responses. I didn't expect that such days would come back one day. Louis, you underestimate me. What I just asked you to promise is not about the creation of primal chaos, but when you return to the blood-refining realm, I will follow you. I want to see with my own eyes whether what you said is true or false. If it's true, I'll thank you. If it's false, I'll kill you. Even if you're Wu Zhang's junior brother in name, I won't show any mercy." Lu Yi nodded, "No problem. When the time comes, senior brother won't be able to slack off even if he wants to." Tai Shan stretched out his hand to him and looked at him with burning eyes. "The heavenly secret oath is useless to you, so I won't make you swear. I look forward to that day." Lu Yi raised his hand and clasped his hands together, his voice calm and firm. "That day will come, and it won't be long." Yu Daiwei watched quietly from the side. Even though she was already an 8th order divine sea realm cultivator, and even though she wasn't young, she still couldn't understand how men got along with each other. However, she understood one thing. Louis Ye's visit this time seemed to have taken care of her sexer, and Sir seemed to be quite willing to be taken care of by him, and was even looking forward to it. What kind of charisma did this character, who had stirred up a great storm in the 9 provinces in the past, have that even senior fell head over heels for him? She was suddenly looking forward to it. "Since you call me senior brother, I don't have anything good to give you, so consider this a meeting gift." Taishan suddenly raised his hand and sent something flying towards Li. Lu Yi caught it and found that it was a wine jar. However, he wasn't naive enough to think that it was really just a jar of wine. Just as he was puzzled, Taishan threw him a jade slip and said slowly, "The biggest problem in the current situation of the 9 provinces is how to solve the problem of the suppression of cultivators by the magnetic field deep underground. If this problem can be solved, then the cultivators of the 9 provinces can kill their way into the insect path, go deep underground, and solve the insect disaster from the source. Right now, all the major continents of the 9 provinces have sent out medical and alchemy elites to study this problem and have made some discoveries. For example, the insect blood of the insect race can slightly block the suppression of the magnetic field, but the effect is not great. What is recorded in the jade slip is a special method to refine the insect blood. The jar contains the refined insect blood. If this insect blood is smeared on the ground, it has a very obvious blocking effect on the magnetic field. I have had people try it after smearing this insect blood and going deep underground. Even if they reach the end of the insect path, they will still have about 60% of their strength left." Lu Yi was shocked. 60%. Tai Shan nodded his head. 60%. This was an astonishing ratio. Lu Yi had experience going deep into the insect path, so he clearly knew how terrifying the suppression was. He was a 3rd order divine sea cultivator, but when he reached the end of the insect path, he would only have the strength of a spirit stream realm cultivator. Therefore, Even if someone as strong as the headmaster was, the strength he could display in that kind of environment was not much stronger than his. However, if he had 60% of his strength left, the sect master would be able to display the strength of a divine sea realm cultivator. In this way, his ability to protect himself would be greatly increased. If he could find more masters at the sect master's level to join forces, he would have a chance to kill his way out of the insect path and into the insect race's great sealed world. At that time, as long as he blocked the entrance and stabilized his position, the army of the 9 provinces would follow closely behind. Lu Yi immediately understood the importance of this jar of insect blood and the refining method recorded in the jade slip. It could be said that in today's situation, these 2 things were simply the saviors of the 9 provinces. This was a pleasant surprise. He came to Taishan this time just to lay his cards on the table and appease him while seeking some help to kill his way back to the blood-refining world. He never thought Taishan would actually give him such a great gift in the blink of an eye. Clearly, he had also realized that the current situation of the 9 provinces was detrimental to his plan to save the blood-refining world, which was why he was so eager to resolve the problem of the 9 provinces. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to take something like this out so easily. What puzzled Lu Yi was where this special refining method had come from. First update as if he had seen through this, Taishan smiled. Don't underestimate the heritage of the 9 provinces. The refining method I obtained came from the research of a group of alchemists and medical cultivators in the Mist province. However, the most crucial results have been intercepted by my people, so the research over there has reached a bottleneck right now. However, I believe it won't be long before they can completely refine it. By then, they'll be able to come up with this refining method again. What he implied shocked Lu Yi, as this meant the forces under Taishan's command had already come into contact with the Mist province. If the Mist province was like this, what about the other provinces? First update at the Shadowstone, I got Dai Wei to send you before recorded the source of the insect plague. I have the complete recording here. I'll give it to you later. Lu Yi was rather embarrassed. I won't lie to senior brother. Actually, I've been to that great secret realm. Taishan looked at him in surprise, but he came to a realization very soon. No wonder you're not interested in those effects at all. So you've already been there. He had already been to the secret realm in person, so he obviously would not be interested in the recordings there. If someone else had said that, Taishan would have refused to believe it so easily, but since it came from Lu Yi, there was no room for doubt. People who were favored by the heavenly secrets of this generation could always do things that regular people could not, and they would receive the mysterious protection of the heavenly secrets when they did things. Take what happened today as an example. Lu Yi had chosen this time to find him, discussing many secrets with him, and he had given him the refining method for the insect's blood. Was that not a form of guidance from the heavenly secrets? Please enter .com in your browser to view it. Chapter 1106. Originally, Lu Yi planned to return to his sect after meeting Taishan. After all, it was just nearby. He missed his second senior sister and master after not seeing them for a long time. However, after getting the jar of insect blood and the jade slip that recorded the special refining method, he could only extinguish the idea in his heart. He bid farewell to Taishan and hurried to Haotian City. The sooner he reported these things, the sooner 9 regions could organize people to attack the insect clan's secret realm and solve the problem of insect plague. The current problem in 9 regions was already very serious. Not only the problems that cultivators had to face, but also the problems that mortals had to face. The insect plague had been raging for several years, causing mortals to be unable to farm. Even if there was surplus food in previous years, it was almost consumed now. Every human gathering place was tightening their belts. If this situation continued, there would inevitably be a large number of mortals starving to death. At that time, the foundation of the cultivation world would be shaken. On the way, he sent a message to the hierarch and briefly explained. Half a day later, he he arrived at Haotian City and went straight to the hierarch's small courtyard. The hierarch was waiting. Lu Yi presented the insect blood and the jade slip, and the hierarch carefully examined them. After a while, he asked, "Did Taishan give you these?" "Yes." "That's strange. Why did he suddenly change his temperament?" The hierarch was puzzled. Since Lu Yi told him some things about Taishan last time, the hierarch had been secretly investigating Taishan and the Chaos Organization. However, because Taishan was very well hidden, there had been no practical results. The hierarch knew that under the current general situation of 9 regions, such a hidden force was extremely unstable. If Taishan continued to be dormant, it would be fine. If he suddenly rose up, it would only make the situation in 9 regions more chaotic, extremely unstable. If Taishan continued to be dormant, it would be fine. If he suddenly rose up, it would only make the situation in 9 regions more chaotic. Moreover, for Taishan's scheme, the more chaotic the situation in 9 regions was, the more advantageous it would be for him, because only in chaos would people seek change. Unexpectedly, he took the initiative to give such important things to Lu Yi. In the current situation, these 2 things were really important. I told him about the blood, refinement realm, and eldest senior brother. In fact, when I returned from the blood refinement realm, eldest senior brother had some instructions for Mount Tai. I talked to him in detail, and it could be said that I persuaded him. The sect leader understood. He admires your eldest martial brother very much. He probably listens to your eldest martial brother's words. That makes sense. Headmaster, Taishan doesn't wish to reveal his existence. Therefore, I'm afraid that the source of these 2 items will fall on this disciple's head. This was also what Taishan had specifically instructed Lu Yi before he left. Lu Yi could understand Taishan's advice. He believed everything Lu Yi had said, but not all of it. Therefore, he still had to be prepared for the possibility that Lu Yi had lied to him. Without the blood refinement realm, Feng Wujiang would have died long ago. If that was the case, then he would still have to carry out his original plan, which was to build momentum for Lu Yi in advance. The special extraction method of insect blood was simply a life-saving straw for the current 9 provinces. At such a critical moment, anyone who took out this item would be the benefactor of the entire 9 provinces and would receive great prestige. Of course, from Lu Ye's point of view, Taishan's action was meaningless. The blood refinement realm did exist, and eldest senior brother was still alive. However, since this was Taishan's request, there was no harm in agreeing. The sect leader pondered for a moment. That's fine too. Compared to the great merit of infiltrating the insect race's great secret realm, this merit was undoubtedly greater. Last time, the sect leader had taken away the merit with the intention of protecting Lu Yi. After all, so many top experts had failed to enter the insect race's great secret realm, but Lu Yi, who had just advanced, had entered. It was hard to guarantee that some people wouldn't be afraid of Lu Yi. However, the situation this time was different. This was not only a great merit, but also a great kindness. If the insect blood refined by the special method was really useful and could help the 9 provinces solve the insect disaster, then all the cultivators and even mortals in the 9 provinces would owe Lu Yi a favor. At that time, who would dare to harm him? That would be committing a crime against the whole world, and the people of the 9 provinces would poke at him together. After an incense stick's worth of time, Lu Yi left Haotian City and leisurely flew to Shocking Waves Lake Pass. This trip to take the initiative to contact Taishan for a detailed discussion was undoubtedly a very wise decision, and it also eased his heavy mood a lot. What he had to do now was very simple. He just needed to wait. Whether the insect blood was useful or not, the sect leader needed to personally try it. After all, without practice, it would not be persuasive. If it was really useful, the sect leader would convene a meeting to discuss the next action plan. For the time being, Lu Yi could not participate in such high-level meetings, nor did he bother to participate. In some ways, his mentality was somewhat similar to Taishan's. He was more used to following orders or doing things according to his whims. He was not the kind of person who would make decisions. The following days passed by peacefully. At Shocking Waves Lake Pass, Lu Yi cultivated in seclusion while refining explosive fire spirit stones and twin chi linking array discs. It had been a month since he broke through to the Fourth Order. Under the cultivation environment of the 9 provinces, coupled with his special cultivation method, his cultivation speed was very fast. Now, he could basically maintain the speed of advancing one realm every few months. With the improvement of his cultivation, the efficiency of refining also increased. Coupled with the fact that he was refining with his clone, the production of explosive fire spirit stones and array discs had greatly increased compared to before. Half a month later, the sect leader sent a message. The insect blood was useful, and as Taishan said, even if a cultivator reached the deepest part of the insect path, they could still maintain 60% of their combat strength. This time, the sect leader reached the end of the insect path and saw the door that Lu Yi had seen before. However, he did not rush in rashly because there were countless insects in the insect race's great sealed world. If he really rushed in rashly, it would be difficult for him to do anything alone. On the contrary, he would easily put himself in danger. Therefore, after reaching the end of the insect path and seeing the door to the insect race's great sealed world, the sect leader immediately turned back. He urgently gathered people and held a meeting. At the meeting, he took out the remaining half jar of insect blood and the jade slip that recorded the special refining method, which shocked many higher-ups of the military province's Grand Heaven Alliance. With his personal experience and experiments, his words were undoubtedly very persuasive. Everyone realized that this was an important turning point in the fight against the insect plague in the 9 provinces. The military province had already shared the refining method with the other 8 provinces without hiding anything. They even told the myriad demons Ridge about it. This was not a matter of the Grand Heaven Alliance alone. This was a problem that the entire 9 provinces had to face, so the myriad demon Ridge had to contribute. Now, what the 9 provinces cultivation world needed to do was to refine as much insect blood as possible. Once they had enough reserves, they could mobilize all their forces and kill their way into the insect race's great sealed world. As for the source of the special refining method, the sect leader, as requested by Lu Yi, pushed all the blame to him. Such a great contribution from the military province made the higher-ups of the military province radiant. Some people did not understand how Lu Yi, a newly advanced divine sea realm soldier cultivator, came up with this refining method. However, compared to the appearance of the refining method itself, these were minor details. There was no need to delve too deeply into it. Everyone had their own opportunities. After all, Lu Yi was a person who was favored by God. Even if he said that he picked it up from the roadside, who could verify it? It was also at this moment that the 2 camps officially entered the period of large-scale cooperation. This was a major change with epoch-making significance. It had been 2,000 to 3,000 years since the emergence of the 2 camps. They had always been in constant confrontation and disputes. This was the first time that they had sincerely cooperated. It was destined to leave a strong mark in the history of the 9 provinces. Since they were working together, they naturally should not hide anything. Therefore, the myriad demon Ridge took the opportunity to request the Grand Heaven Alliance to share the twin spirit-connected formation plate. The myriad demon Ridge had been drooling over this thing for a long time. Although they tried to get some formation plates from the Grand Heaven Alliance to study, they awkwardly found that no one could mass-produce it. At present, the matter of the 9 regions cultivation world's counterattack on the insect race's great secret realm was in full swing. For the cultivators living in 9 regions, no matter which camp they came from, fighting against the insect race was an inescapable duty. The myriad demon Ridge's intention was obvious. They could contribute and cooperate with the Grand Heaven Alliance sincerely. After all, They were both maintaining the stability of the 9 provinces. However, if they wanted the horse to run, they had to feed the horse well. The myriad Demon Ridge would send out as many formation plates as the Grand Heaven Alliance could provide. If the Grand Heaven Alliance could provide a large number of formation plates, the entire myriad Demon Ridge, from the Divine Sea Realm to the Spirit Stream Realm, would definitely send out all their forces. It was reasonable for the myriad Demon Ridge to make such a request. Among them, this was because everyone knew that once the problem of the insect plague was solved, the relationship between the 2 camps would return to how it was before. By then, the Grand Heaven Alliance would have the help of the formation plates, while the myriad Demon Ridge did not. They would definitely be at a disadvantage in the confrontation. This was a rare opportunity. If they did not get some benefits from the Grand Heaven Alliance, they would not get another chance. This was their only chance to obtain such a strategic resource in large quantities. The Haotian Alliance also knew that it was hard to reject the request of the myriad Demons Ridge. If they really wanted to reject it, they couldn't possibly let the Haotian Alliance deal with the insect disaster alone. It didn't make sense. The 9 prefectures belonged to everyone, not the Haotian Alliance. How to give and how much to give were the problems that the Grand Heaven Alliance had to face now. Of course, the pressure was mainly on the Force Province because the formation plates came from the Force Province. Currently, the higher-ups of the 2 camps were arguing. However, it was foreseeable that once the preparation for the counterattack against the Insect Clan's Mystery Realm was completed, the argument would instantly reach a satisfactory result. Currently, all kinds of news were spreading in the 9 provinces. At the same time, the Jade Blood Sect's Liu Ye's name was known throughout the 9 provinces. He was the refiner of the twin Qi-connected formation plate, the scout of the Insect Clan's Mystery Realm, and the discoverer of the insect blood extraction method, regardless of which of the 3 contributions. It was enough to make one famous. With the 3 contributions, even though Liu Ye was only at the Spirit Stream Realm, it was enough for him to become the most dazzling person in the world. Not to mention that he was already at the Divine Sea Realm. Please enter M. Come to view the latest update. Chapter 1107. The Sect Master's message was mainly to ask Liu Yi what reward he wanted. After such a huge contribution, the Grand Sky Alliance had to express their gratitude. If they didn't do anything, they would be disappointed. Rewards. Liu Yi thought for a moment. What exactly did he lack? Ordinary cultivators might lack battle credit or merit points, but Liu Yi didn't lack either of those things. He had long since accumulated several million battle credits and was on his way to reaching the 10,000 mark. No one would believe him if he said it out loud. Based on his current accumulation of military merits, if he were to go to the Department of Official Affairs for a promotion, not to mention a protector, he would probably even be able to become a battalion commander. However, Liu Ye's requirements for military ranks were not high, so he was too lazy to get one. Even if he were to be promoted, it would only increase his monthly salary by a bit. Then fire spirit stones and demonic beast cores, especially poison pills. Liu Yi made his own request. Although he could obtain a certain percentage by refining explosive fire spirit rocks, the talent tree was a bottomless pit. No matter how many explosive fire spirit rocks there were, it would devour them all. There was nothing wrong with storing a little more. Moreover, he felt that his talent tree was going to change again, because during this period of time his talent tree had swallowed many fire spirit stones, but there were no signs of new spiritual patterns being activated. As for the demonic beast core, it was mainly prepared for Hupa. The poison pills were left for Hua Xiai. This woman left the Cloudy River battlefield and didn't have a suitable cultivation environment. Giving her more poison pills would allow her to grow faster. Just as he finished his message with the sect master, Wei Ling reacted again. Liu Yi checked and realized that it was an order from the Heaven's Gate. They were told to collect bug blood from True Lake Stage and above. This was obviously to prepare the raw materials for refining bug blood. It wasn't a troublesome matter. At the fissures, the cultivators at the two mountain passes had been killing bugs. It wasn't a problem for them to collect some bugs. Moreover, this order wasn't just sent to this side. All the mountain passes at the front line must have received the order as well. However, there were requirements for collecting bug blood. Normal bug blood wasn't of much use as its quality was too low. It couldn't be refined into anything valuable. Only bug blood from true lake stage and above could be used as raw materials. If it was from divine ocean stage, the effect would naturally be better. Lu Yi passed the order to the fishers and didn't interfere. He continued to cultivate. The entire 9 regions had entered a state of intense preparation. All the cultivators were waiting for the critical moment to arrive. Under such an atmosphere, the 9 regions showed a different style. Even those mortals who didn't cultivate were aware of some subtle changes. The insect disaster had swept through the 9 regions for more than 3 years, causing the people in the entire territory to have no way to make a living. Although there were cultivators protecting the mortals and there were not too many casualties, in these 3 years, no one could see any hope. No one knew when these days would end. But now it was different. The cultivators all understood that the matter of counterattacking the insect race's secret realm had been put on the agenda. It wouldn't be long before this kind of suffering would end, and the 9 regions would return to its previous state. The night breeze blew gently as Lu Yi walked out of the cultivation room. There is no moon tonight, and the sky is full of stars. He was not a person who could cultivate in seclusion for a long time. He was still too young and could not endure that kind of temperament. Therefore, every time he was in seclusion for a period of time, he would casually come out for a walk to relax. When it came to cultivation, it was all about being relaxed. His cultivation speed was already very fast. If he had a more comfortable mood, he would be able to cultivate better. Not far away, there was a conversation between 2 people. They were the cultivators in charge of guarding the city wall of the mountain pass. They seemed to be arguing about something. There were only more than 50 cultivators standing guard at the mountain pass. However, because Lu Yi basically lived in seclusion and came and went with the help of the teleportation array, he did not have much contact with the soldiers under his command. The only people he was familiar with were Yu Huang and a few others. His figure flashed and flew to the 2 people's side. The 2 cultivators were startled. After seeing Lu Ye's figure clearly, they hurriedly saluted. "Sir." Lu Yi responded with his hands behind his back and asked curiously, "What are you arguing about?" One of them said, "Sir, it's like this. Xiao Lu said that there is an extra star in the sky. I said that there are so many stars in the sky. How can you be sure that there is an extra star? He then argued with me. There is an extra star. Lu Yi raised his head and looked at the sky. The other younger cultivator, Xiao Lu, blushed and said, "There really is an extra star. Sir, I am on duty here every night. When I have nothing to do, I just look at the stars. Although I don't know how many stars there are in the sky, I can still tell if there is an extra star or less." "Where?" Lu Yi asked curiously. Xiao Lu pointed in a direction and said, "Sir, look over here. There should only be 17 stars here, but now there is an extra star. I vaguely noticed it a few days ago, but I wasn't too sure at the time. Looking at it again today, this extra star is obviously brighter." Lu Yi looked in the direction of his finger and found that there were indeed 18 stars there. However, he was not sure which one was extra. However, he could not say anything about this kind of thing. Moreover, the number of stars was related to the observation environment. Perhaps Xiao Lu did not notice it before, or perhaps the star was covered by clouds. Both were possible. Either way, the cultivators on duty were extremely bored and wanted to find something to do. Without looking around, he said, "You can quarrel, but don't hurt the harmony." "Sir, don't worry. We are all as close as brothers. We are used to quarreling. Please don't laugh at us," the older cultivator said. Lu Yi nodded slightly and headed towards the heavenly secret hall in a flash. Teleporting. He went to the fissure to investigate. After more than 2 hours, he came back and relaxed his muscles and bones in the fissure. He killed some insects and started cultivating again. The preparation of the 9 prefectures took 3 months. This could not be helped because they needed to gather enough insect blood. This was not something that could be gathered in a short time. When the insect blood reserve reached the requirement, the counterattack on the insect race's great secret realm was immediately put on the agenda. Lu Yi was summoned and rushed to Haochin City from the Shocking Waves Lake. When he arrived at the sect master's courtyard, the sect master was waiting for him. Lu Yi was puzzled. With my cultivation level, why do I have to attend the meeting? On the way here, he had asked the hierarch and learned that it was Pang Zhen who asked him to attend the meeting. The meeting had always been a meeting of the highest level of the Haochin Alliance in the military state. Only the hierarch who was in the elder group or the head of a department like Qian Wudong was qualified to attend. Ordinary 8th or 9th Order Divine Sea Realm cultivators are not qualified to attend, but Lu Yi, a 4th Order Divine Sea Realm cultivator, was called. He could not help but feel flattered. The sect master led him to the Light Harmony Hall while explaining, "Because you have once entered the insect race's great secret realm, you know the situation inside the best. Although you brought back images, it is not as real as seeing it with your own eyes, so you need to make some explanations. In addition, you may need to be the vanguard. Of course, no one will force you to do this. You can consider whether to accept or not." Vanguard, Lu Yi frowned. It was not easy to be a vanguard, especially for such a large-scale operation. What does the sect master mean? The sect master was silent for a moment. If you can guarantee your own safety, you can accept this. But if you can't, you can refuse directly. There is no reason to let a young man like you take on too much responsibility. Lu Yi nodded slightly. Following the sect master to the Light Harmony Hall, Lu Yi stepped inside. In an instant, all eyes were on him. One had to know that those sitting here were the highest level figures of the War Province's Grand Heaven Alliance. All of them were 9th Order Divine Sea Realm cultivators, and there were only a dozen of them in total. They were the leaders of the War Province's Grand Heaven Alliance. It could be said that their words and actions determined the overall direction of the War Province's Grand Heaven Alliance. Some people looked at him with scrutinizing eyes, some with interest, and some with obvious admiration. Lu Yi followed closely behind the hierarch and came to the side of the table. The hierarch sat down and gestured, "You sit too." Lu Yi obediently sat down beside him. Suddenly, the battlefield mark moved. Lu Yi quietly checked it and found that it was Gan Wudong who sent him a message. "Don't be so nervous. One day, you will be able to walk in here by yourself." Looking up, Lu Yi saw Gan Wudong, smiling at him across the table. Lu Yi pretended not to see him and did not reply. At the head of the table, Pang Zhen knocked on the table. "Everyone is here. I want to announce something. After the high-level discussions of the 2 camps, we will launch a full-scale counterattack on the insect race's great secret realm in 3 days." Everyone had obviously received this news from different sources. Therefore, there was not much of a reaction. Now that everyone was gathered, they needed to discuss the specific operation. This was a large-scale operation that involved the entire 9 states. What kind of people were qualified to participate, how many people each side would send, and how the personnel would be distributed would all need to be carefully considered. They couldn't just send out an order and have everyone rush forward. That would only cause chaos. Because of the limited scale of the insect path, only cultivators above the True Lake realm were allowed to participate in the counterattack. Those below the True Lake realm were not allowed to participate, not only because of the limited scale of the insect path, but also because of their strength. The insect race's great secret realm was filled with danger. Those with low strength would only cause more trouble and casualties. In such an environment, only cultivators above the True Lake realm could play a role. With this requirement, 90% of the 9 states' cultivators would be excluded. However, The number of cultivators in the 9 states was huge. Even if only cultivators above the true lake realm were allowed to participate, they would still be able to gather a huge number of people to deal with the insect race's great secret realm. Although the time had been set, how to maintain the unity of the operation was still a problem. Therefore, when the time came, the cultivators from the 9 states would need to enter from different cracks in the ground. They would need to maintain contact and advance simultaneously. Then they would continue to converge and reach the door at the end of the insect path. Then they would gather outside the 9 doors and attack the insect race's great secret realm together. Only then would they be able to sweep through the insect race's great secret realm. Chapter 1108. This was the main topic of discussion at the grand meeting this time. Lu Yi sat next to the sect leader and listened to the ministers and members of the elder group express their opinions and views before Pang Jin made the final decision. He realized that everyone was very brief and did not drag their feet when making decisions. This was probably the style of cultivators. Of course, it could also be that time was limited. The day of the counterattack was in 3 days, so the grand meeting could not be delayed for too long. After listening, Lu Yi had a general understanding of the plan for this operation. Now that the 9 provinces had enough reserves of insect blood that had been refined through special methods, although the suppression of the magnetic field on cultivators was still there, it could no longer stop the 9 provinces' cultivators from counterattacking. This counterattack on the insect clan's great secret realm was divided into 3 stages. The first stage was to kill their way into the insect path from the crack in the ground and push all the way to the door at the end of the insect path. This stage was not difficult. Even if they pushed to the end and the cultivators could only use 60% of their strength, as long as there were enough of them and they cooperated well, they could still gain a foothold in front of the door. Moreover, because the people who carried out this stage were all top-notch divine ocean cultivators, there would not be too many casualties. If they were lucky, they could even achieve 0 casualties. This stage would last for about 10 days. After all, it was a long journey from the crack in the ground to the door, so it could not be done in one go. Back then, Lu Yi hid on the back of the scarab and went deep into the insect clan's great secret realm. It took him a month to go back and forth. When the goal of the first stage was completed, it was time to prepare for the second stage. The time node was in front of the 9 doors. When the vanguard powerhouses of the 9 provinces had gathered, the powerhouses of the 9 provinces would rush into the insect clan's great secret realm and attack the 9 doors. There was only one goal, which was to gain a foothold in front of the door. It was impossible for the vanguard of the 9 provinces to wipe out the insect clan's great secret realm alone. No matter how strong they were, their numbers were limited. Therefore, their mission was to build a defense line in front of the door and resist the insect clan's counterattack. At that time, the reinforcements would be able to continuously enter the insect clan's great secret realm. It was impossible to estimate how long this phase would take, but it was undoubtedly the most dangerous phase. Once they entered the bug race's secret realm, the vanguard experts would have to fight nonstop. They could not retreat, as the door to reinforcements was right behind them. There was no way out, and they could not escape. The bug race's secret realm was filled with bug race members. Where could they escape to? He could only endure it. If he could resist, he would live. If he couldn't, he would die, or become a pirated dog. When the 9 prefectures' army passed through the 9 gates, all of them headed for the insect race. In the great mystery realm, they would enter the 3rd stage. 9 armies would attack the Zergs from 9 different directions and fight to the death. The plan was simple and clear. There were no tricks involved. After all, the opponent was an insectoid with low intelligence, so there was no need to play any tricks. Furthermore, the environment was limited, so there was no room for any tricks. What the 9 prefectures relied on was the huge number of cultivators and the endless number of powerhouses. They were confident that they would not lose in such a confrontation. You have all seen the interior of the insect race's great mystery realm before. You have studied it and have a certain understanding of the overall environment inside. However, Seeing it doesn't mean that you have personally been there. Now, in the military province, there is only one person who has personally entered the insect race's great mystery realm. As Pang Zhen spoke, he turned to look at Lu Yi. The rest of the people also looked over. Lu Yi, I called you here today because you have the experience of sneaking into the insect race's great mystery realm. I hope you can explain the scene in the Shadow Stone in detail. The sect master had already informed them of this matter on the way here. So Lu Yi stood up and bowed respectfully. Lu Yi greets everyone. Since Vice Alliance leader Pang has given his orders, this lowly one will naturally obey. Then I will have to delay everyone for a bit. The sect leader handed over a shadow stone. Lu Yi picked it up and poured his spiritual power into it. In an instant, the scene in the shadow stone appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Lu Yi looked at the scene a little and determined that it was the location when he first entered the insect race's great mystery realm. He then said, "Everyone, please take a look. This great mystery realm is basically not out of the scope of a sealed world space, which means it has an edge. The location of each portal is at the very edge, which is extremely advantageous for our operation, because as long as we stand firmly in front of the portal, we won't have to worry about danger from behind. We only need to deal with the top, the front, and the left and right." Although they had seen the scenes recorded in the image recording stone many times, they still listened attentively to Lu Yi's explanation. Some even asked questions. Lu Yi answered them one by one. The scene in the Shadow Stone could basically show the situation of the entire insect race's great mystery realm. Everyone was at the 9th Order Divine Sea Realm, so after seeing the scene, they could basically picture the real situation in their minds. After about an incense stick worth of time, Lu Yi finished his explanation. Pang Zhen said, "If you were to join the Vanguard Battalion and act as a vanguard to open a path for the army, would you be willing?" The sect master had also told him about this in advance, so Lu Yi immediately nodded. This subordinate is willing. A 4th Order Divine Sea Realm cultivation wasn't weak, and he had many trump cards. What's more, his foundation was more solid than that of ordinary cultivators, so it wouldn't be a problem for him to be a vanguard. Moreover, he wasn't the only one in the Vanguard Battalion. When the time came, he would still need to act together with the other Vanguard Masters of the War Province, so it wouldn't be too dangerous. The sect master obviously understood this, so he didn't say anything definite and just let Lu Yi act according to his wishes. This disciple of his was indeed young, but since he was at the Divine Sea Realm, he should have the responsibility of a Divine Sea Realm cultivator. If he retreated, no matter what happened, he wouldn't have much success in the future. Throughout history, only those cultivators who faced difficulties head-on were able to go further than others. Very good. Then you will join the Vanguard Battalion. Pang Zhen nodded with satisfaction. Lu Yi continued, "However, this subordinate has a proposal that I would like to ask everyone to decide." Everyone looked over with interest. Pang Zhen smiled slightly. "What proposal? Let's hear it." After listening to the 3 stages of this operation, this subordinate felt that the early stage of the 2nd stage was very dangerous. It wasn't easy to establish a foothold in front of the door and build a defensive line. When the time comes, there will be countless insect race swarming over. This subordinate was thinking that if we divert the insect race's attention at this time, we might be able to reduce the pressure in front of the door. Pang Zhen nodded. "We have thought about this problem before, but we didn't have any clues. In fact, it would be the best choice to let Yanshi send out those creations, but unfortunately Yanshi's school has declined in the 9 continents, and there are very few divine sea realm cultivators in Yanshi, so they can't be of much use. As for using the beast taming school to control monster beasts, it is even more impossible to talk about. First of all, monster beasts are flesh and blood. Once they appear in the insect race's secret realm, they will become the target of the insect race's attack. There is no way to divert the insect race's attention." Lu Yi asked, What if we use the insect race? Insect race. Pang Zhen raised his eyebrows slightly. This subordinate has a method to control the insect race. Last time, we were able to sneak into the insect race's secret realm because of this method. Therefore, this subordinate is thinking that if I can control enough insect race and let them carry some explosive fire spirit stones, we can enter the insect race's secret realm one step ahead of the vanguard battalion and place them in various places. Once the explosive fire spirit stones are activated, it will attract the attention of a large number of insect race, and the vanguard battalion can take the opportunity to kill their way in. The time we can buy may not be much, but at that time it will be worth it, and it will also be more convenient for the vanguard battalion to consolidate the front line. Pang Zhen's expression brightened. How many insect race can you control? 1 or 200 shouldn't be a problem, Lu Yi replied casually. Of course, there should be no limit to this number. 1, however, if this plan was to be carried out, it was impossible for him to control too many insect race. There was not enough time, and the insect path space was not big enough to be used. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard this. Just imagine 1 or 200 insect race carrying explosive fire spirit stones scattered in various parts of the insect race's secret realm. Once the explosive fire spirit stones were detonated, the spiritual energy would definitely be chaotic and the situation would be chaotic. The insect race was extremely sensitive to spiritual energy fluctuations. When they felt the fluctuations, they would definitely be attracted. In this way, the pressure in front of the door would be reduced. At that time, they would not dare to say how much time they could buy. But even if it was just 1 or 2 breaths of time, it would be enough to prevent a certain degree of casualties. If they could hold on for more than 10 breaths of time, it would be a great help. This plan was very promising. What do you all think? Pang Zhen turned his head to look at both sides. How could anyone have any opinions? If this could be done, they would be happy to see it happen. Naturally, they would not stop it. Instead, they would vigorously promote it. After quickly reaching an agreement, Lu Ye's proposal was passed. Then this matter is settled. I have already discussed with the Demon City. The location of the vanguard camp will be at the crack between the Shocking Waves Lake Pass and the Dark Moon Forest Pass. Everyone, please spread the news. The people on the list of the vanguard camp must gather at the designated location within 3 days. This is the first large-scale joint operation in the history of the War Province, and also the first in the history of the 9 provinces. This concerns the face of the War Province's Haotian alliance, so I hope everyone will be cautious. After the meeting ended, Lu Yi followed the head teacher out of the Light Harmony Hall. The head teacher said, "The war is imminent. Is there anything you need to prepare?" Lu Yi shook his head. There's nothing to prepare. All kinds of materials are available, so there's no need to buy anything. Then go back to the pass and prepare. The location of the gathering is there. You're also close. Yes. Lu Yi leaped up and flew toward the pass. The location of the vanguard camp's gathering was at the crack between the Shocking Waves Lake Pass and the Dark Moon Forest Pass. It was unknown whether it was a coincidence or intentional, but for the War Province's 2 camps, the Shocking Waves Lake Pass and the Dark Moon Forest Pass were the first to join forces. It was quite representative of the 2 camps, so it was reasonable to choose this place. Chapter 1109. Of the 9 continents of the 9 states, the Haotian Alliance and the Myriad Demon Ridge each held 3. Aside from that, the Military Province, Tian Province, and Ding Province were territories that both sides fought over. Therefore, the vanguard battalion in Force Province was composed of the powerhouses from the 2 camps. Only in such a special period and under such a special environment could such a grand event be seen. Normally, it was very rare to see such a grand event. On the 3rd day after returning to the mountain pass, Lu Yi pushed open the door of his palace and walked out before dawn. Hupa crouched on his shoulder. Compared to more than a year ago, Hupo's aura was much stronger. After cultivating for more than a year without stopping and swallowing a large number of monster cores, Hoopoe's growth was extremely obvious. After all, it was a strange beast, and it also had a cultivating with it. Although its growth speed was not as fast as Luye's, it was much faster than ordinary human cultivators. Although Hoopoe was not yet at the level of a divine ocean realm monster, it was not far from it. To Lu Yi, as long as Hoopoe was by his side during the battle, he could borrow its strength. Thus, it did not matter if Hoopoe's strength was slightly lower. It was for this reason that Lu Yi brought Hoopoe with him. The counterattack against the insect race's great secret realm was not a battle that could be accomplished overnight. Any bit of external help was extremely important. Looking up at the starry sky, there were still many stars. Today was undoubtedly a good day. His gaze inadvertently swept across the starry sky, and he discovered that one of the stars there was clearly much brighter than the last time he had observed it, but he did not know why. However, his attention was quickly attracted by a figure on the side. After a brief examination, he said in surprise, "Senior Sister Nian?" Nian Yuxian was actually here. Judging by her appearance, she seemed to be waiting for him. "Ready to move?" Nian Yuxian asked. Lu Yi nodded. "I'm a junior after all, and I can be considered half a host. It's not good to keep those seniors waiting. It's better to go early." "Senior Sister Nian, I'm also from the Vanguard camp," Nian Yuxian explained. Lu Yi understood. With Nian Yuxian's strength, it was natural for her to be included in the Vanguard camp. "Then let's go together," Lu Yi invited. He led Nian Yuxian into the Tianji Hall, and through the teleportation array, they directly arrived near the fissure. The hundreds of cultivators at the two mountain passes were still loyal to their duties. They were already familiar with killing the insects that crawled out from the cracks in the ground. Most of the time, the insects would be slaughtered as soon as they appeared. It was still early. Apart from Linyu Yuxian, there were no other cultivators in the divine ocean realm. Lu Yi went up and waited Yuxian Yang, and he stood and waited. The sky gradually brightened, and one after another, powerful auras flew over from different directions. The figures that landed were undoubtedly the members of the Vanguard battalion that had come to assemble here. You sect. Were you did not dare, you mountain you. And you, the you. Lu Yi was secretly alarmed as he sensed the auras of the newcomers. Although it was known that there were crouching tigers and hidden dragons in the 9 provinces, and that there were endless masters, hearing about it was one thing, and seeing it with one's own eyes was another. Of the cultivators from the Vanguard camp who came to assemble, not a single one was below the 7th order. All of them were above the 7th order, and among them, the proportion of 9th order cultivators reached an astonishing 20%. Based on this momentum, the entire Vanguard battalion had at least a few hundred members. Moreover, this was not the full strength of the War Province. It was impossible for all cultivators above the 7th order divine sea realm to enter the insect path. Whether it was Myriad Demon's Ridge or Grand Heaven Alliance, they had to leave some people behind to maintain the stability of the War Province. If a single continent had such a background, what would the entire 9 continents be like? Lu Yi found something interesting. The masters who came to assemble were not clearly divided, nor were they at daggers drawn. Although many of them belonged to different camps, they were still chatting and laughing when they met. This was a rare sight for low-level cultivators. The lower a cultivator's cultivation base was, the easier it was for conflict to arise. On the other hand, the higher a cultivator's cultivation base was, the more they had seen and experienced. They were often able to talk and laugh freely. Lu Yi felt many scrutinizing gazes sweeping over him, intentionally or unintentionally. Among the divine sea realm cultivators present, his cultivation was the lowest and he was the youngest. On the other hand, it was because of the news that spread. Now, everyone knew that the twin spirit-connected spirit array came from him. Everyone knew that he had entered the insect race's great sealed realm and brought back extremely precious images. Even the insect race's refining method was contributed by him. It could be said that he had played a decisive role in promoting the 9 provinces' opportunity to counterattack the insect race's great sealed realm. In addition, he had reached the 4th order divine sea realm at such a young age. As long as one was not blind, they would realize that no matter how the 9 provinces changed in the future, he would be able to occupy a place. As far as the current situation was concerned, the entire 9 provinces owed him a debt of gratitude. Therefore, although there were many scrutinizing gazes, there was not much hostility. Even if they were wary of him, no one dared to show any hostility on such an occasion. Ha ha ha, I'm late. A hearty laugh sounded. Then, from the direction of Dark Moon Forest Pass, a figure swept over. Behind him were more than a dozen masters. City Lord! Many masters from Myriad Demon Ridge saluted. Even many cultivators from Grand Heaven Alliance cupped their fists and greeted him. Lu Yi recognized this person as Longbow, the City Lord of Myriad Demon City in the War Province. His status was equivalent to Pang Jin from Grand Heaven Alliance. Lu Yi had never seen this person before. However, last night, Longbow led some Spirit Sea Realm cultivators from the Vanguard Battalion to rest in Dark Moon Forest Pass and summoned his clone, Li Taibai. As the most dazzling rising star of this generation of Myriad Demon Ridge, Li Taibai was naturally valued by the higher-ups of Myriad Demon City. Longbow was also generous with his praise and reward for his clone. This gave Lu Yi a chance to learn more about this person. After exchanging some pleasantries, Longbow turned to look at Lu Yi and laughed. "Little friend, you must be Lu Yi, right? You really have an extraordinary bearing." Lu Yi saluted. "Greetings, City Lord Long. Little friend, I know a lot of things about you. If there comes a day when you are not happy in Hautian Alliance, you are welcome to come to Myriad Devil Ridge at any time." As he spoke, he winked at Lu Yi with a meaningful look. Yu Huajin did not hesitate to betray Grand Heaven Alliance and borrow the power of Myriad Demon Ridge to kill Lu Yi. This incident happened in Dark Moon Forest Pass. As the City Lord of Myriad Demon City, how could Longbow not know about it? It could even be said that all the decisions in this matter were made by him personally. He was also the one who ordered Lin Yu to warn Lu Yi so that Lu Yi would be on guard. As soon as he said that, many people from Grand Heaven Alliance frowned. Although they knew it was impossible for Lu Yi to agree to such a thing, poaching someone in front of them was a little despicable. A voice came from afar. "Don't spout nonsense if you don't know how to speak. Nobody will treat you as a mute." As soon as the voice was heard, a few figures had already landed in the field. They were Pang Zhen, the sect leader, and the others. Longbow laughed out loud. "Old Pang, you're late." Pang Zhen nodded slightly. "I had some matters to attend to, so I was slightly delayed." One of them was the City Lord of Myriad Demon City, while the other was the Deputy Chief of Grand Heaven Alliance. Regardless of cultivation base, status, or strength, they were all on the same level. They were also the leaders of the Vanguard Battalion's attack on the Insect Tribe's Great Secret Realm. The two of them gathered and had a brief discussion. After a while, Pang Jin said in a clear voice, "The insect disaster has ravaged the 9 states for more than 3 years, causing the cultivators of the 9 states to be exhausted while the mortals have no way of making a living. Today, we are gathered here as the vanguard to kill our way into the insect path and counterattack the insect tribe's great secret realm. We have a long way to go, so we can't afford to make any mistakes. There's no need to mention the grudges of the past. Today, there are no camps here. Let's work together to destroy the insect tribe." All of them were Spirit Sea Realm masters who had been cultivating for a long time. All of them were above the 7th Order, so there was no need to mobilize too much before the battle. Everyone knew what they would face when they received the order, so Pang Zhen only said a few simple words. Next, they distributed the insect blood. Everyone received a jar, and Lu Yi received one as well. "Wait for me here." After Nian Yuxian received her jar of insect blood, She flew into the distance in a flash. Not only her, but all the female cultivators did the same. The main reason was that smearing insect blood on one's body was a delicate job, so they couldn't miss a single inch. Under the watchful eyes of so many people, it was not easy for the female cultivators to do it. After the female cultivators left, the remaining male cultivators didn't hold back and did their own thing. After a short while, all of them were smeared green all over their bodies. Not even their hair was left out. After the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, everyone gathered again. Lu Yi looked up and saw figures with green skin. He felt that the scene was quite funny. Of course, in the eyes of outsiders, he definitely looked like a ghost. Let's go! Following Pang Zhen's low shout, he and Longbow took the lead and landed on the ground. The others followed, closely behind. In an instant, the scene became lively. Below the ground, the insects that were still climbing out were in for a bad time. Wherever the spirit sea realm cultivators passed, not even a blade of grass was left behind. Lu Yi was mixed in the crowd with Nian Yuxian beside him, so he was bored out of his mind. With such a scene and such a lineup, there was no need for him to take action. What he needed to do was to wait for the people in front to capture some spirit sea realm insects alive and use some means to enslave them. The light above their heads gradually disappeared. Soon, everyone arrived at the entrance of the insect path. Pang Zhen and Longbow were still in the lead, and the others followed. Having experienced going deep into the insect path once, Lu Yi was not unfamiliar with it. The several hundred people moved like the wind, and in a short while they all killed their way into the insect path. However, due to the limited size of the insect path, they couldn't advance side by side. The entire group formed a line that wasn't too long. Lu Ye's position was arranged to be closer to the front, mainly because he wanted to enslave the insects. If he was too far behind, it would be difficult for him to do so. Nian Yuxian should be responsible for his safety, so she was always by his side. Chapter 11:10. The Vanguard Battalion was invincible as they charged into the insect path. At this depth, the magnetic field's interference was very weak. It was almost negligible. With the addition of the insect's blood, it could block the magnetic field's corrosion. Naturally, it wouldn't affect the strength of the cultivators. With Longbow and Pang Zhen's strength, they could even kill an insect at the level of a giant insect. Not to mention, the insects they encountered along the way were all below the divine sea realm. The formation continued to advance. 90% of the Vanguard Battalion members seemed to have nothing to do. Only the group at the front had the chance to fight. But everyone knew that this was only temporary. The insect path was long. The deeper they went, the more restricted their cultivation would be. In addition, they had to preserve their strength, so it wasn't good to let Longbow and Pang Zhen stay at the front. After a certain period of time, someone would take their place and allow them to rest and recuperate. 2 hours later, a shout came from the front. "Where is Lu Ye?" I'm coming. Lu Ye's figure flickered. When they came to the source of the sound, under the flickering light of the torch, they saw a burly physique cultivator pressing down on a mantis insect. No matter how the mantis insect struggled, it couldn't get rid of the physique cultivator's restraint. This was an insectoid at the Spirit Sea realm. It was also the first insectoid that the team had met so far. Lu Yi wanted to control the insect, so he couldn't choose a random target. He had to choose one at the Divine Sea realm. Only then could his plan be guaranteed. The Vanguard Battalion had probably found out about Lu Ye's ability to control the Zerg through different channels. Therefore, when Lu Yi rushed over, many divine senses probed him from the front and back, wanting to know what kind of method he would use. Lu Yi raised his hand and touched the mantis insect's forehead. He sent a message to Nian Yuxian, Senior Sister Nian, "Please use your divine soul attack. Quickly tear apart the insect's divine soul defense." Although he could do this himself, He didn't cultivate any divine soul secret arts. His divine soul wasn't as strong as Nian Yuxian's. It was more convenient for Nian Yuxian to tear apart the insect's divine soul defense. The thought moon immortal immediately activated her spiritual power. The mantis bug was hit by the impact. It kept hissing and struggling even harder. However, it was held down by the myriad demon's ridge body cultivator and could not resist at all. Lu Ye's divine telekinesis surged. He could clearly sense that the insectoid in front of him did not have much resistance. He easily planted the soul manipulation divine sigil in its mind. The mantis insectoids instantly calmed down. The body cultivator sensed something and said in surprise, "It's all right now." Lu Yi nodded. "All right, fellow Taoist, please let it go." The body cultivator let go of the insect and found that it really did not resist. He was amazed. Amazing! Where cultivators from the beast tamer school might be able to control the insectoids, but they could not do it so easily. Instead, it required a very complicated process. At the same time, there was a high chance of failure. But on Lu Ye's side, it had only been a few breaths of time, and a divine sea realm insectoid had actually been tamed. He did not understand how this was done. "Is this secret technique of yours useful to humans?" The body cultivator asked a very sensitive question. Lu Yi felt the ears of the people around him prick up. This kind of secret technique was strange and unpredictable. If it was useful to humans, it would be too terrifying. Lu Yi said, "The higher the intelligence, the stronger the soul power, and the harder it is to control. It's basically useless to humans, so it can only be used on these insectoids with defective intelligence. Actually, it is useful. Otherwise, Dao Shi-san would not have been able to control it back then. But in this kind of environment, how could Lu Yi give an unsettling answer? He did not know if the body cultivator believed him or not. After a slight nod, he turned around and chased forward. Lu Yi and Thought Moon Immortal also followed, but there was an additional divine sea realm mantis in the team. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it moved forward. As they pushed forward, divine sea realm insectoids were constantly captured and enslaved by Lu Yi. 3 days later, there were dozens of insectoids in the team. They rumbled as they moved forward. Lu Yi sat on the back of an insectoid. Thought Moon Immortal sat on the back of another insectoid. The leisurely appearance of the two did not look like they were attacking the insect race's secret realm. Instead, it looked like they were going for an outing, which attracted the attention of many Vanguard camp masters. Long Bo, Pang Zhen, and the others who were leading the charge had already been replaced. This had been done several times already. The coordination between cultivators was extremely tacit, especially when they were all cultivators above the 7th order. Sometimes there was no need for words. Just a simple exchange of glances or body language was enough for them to understand each other's thoughts. Now, the ones taking the lead were the sect leader and a few other body cultivators and weapon cultivators. At this depth, the suppression of the magnetic field on the cultivator's strength had become very obvious. However, because they had smeared insect blood in advance, it was still within an acceptable range. Lu Ye's position was always at the front, but not at the front. As they went deeper, the number of divine sea realm insectoids in the team increased, but correspondingly, the speed of their advance slowed down. Of course, the deeper they went, the stronger the suppression of the magnetic force field. Naturally, they had to be more careful when advancing. Moreover, because they had to capture the divine sea realm insectoids alive, it often took a lot of time. The vanguard battalions of the other 8 provinces did not have this problem. They only had one goal along the way, and that was to kill. Kill all the insectoids they encountered, and not leave a single one alive. Therefore, in terms of advancing speed, the Force Province was undoubtedly the slowest. This was verified by Pang Zhen, Longbo, and the leaders of the other provinces. They encountered a few insects, and now they were all under Lu Ye's command. Agent, on the 8th day of entering the insect path, Pang Jin suddenly rushed from the back of the team to Lu Ye's side and asked with concern, "Can you still resist?" Although Lu Ye's method of capturing the insectoids was amazing, in the eyes of ordinary people, it was impossible for such a method to be without limits. Logically speaking, every additional insectoid he captured would be a burden on Lu Ye's lightning speed. In particular, Lu Yi had said in the Great Council that the limit should be around 100 or 200 insectoids. Now, the number of divine sea realm insectoids under his control had exceeded 200. That was why Pang Jin asked. Lu Yi pondered for a moment and said, "It's about time. Although I can still control them, there's no need. More than 200 divine sea realm insectoids are enough to carry out the next plan. More would just be icing on the cake." Pang Zhen nodded and ordered the front. "If we encounter any divine sea realm insectoids again, there's no need to capture them alive. Kill without mercy." At this depth, everyone's strength had been suppressed to only 60%. Moreover, the continuous battles had consumed a lot of everyone's strength. If they encountered any more insects, it would be risky to capture them alive. Killing them directly would undoubtedly be more convenient and effective. One had to know that the counterattack on the insectoid's great secret realm was divided into 3 stages. The first stage was actually the easiest to achieve, and the most dangerous was the early stage of the second stage. The vanguard camp naturally had to preserve their strength as much as possible. The vanguard camp cultivators at the front received the order and advanced at a much faster speed. Another day later, there was a faint light in front of them. In an instant, everyone knew that the end of the insect path was approaching. The source of the light was where the door was. Sure enough, when the formation advanced to the source of the light, a huge oval-shaped door appeared in everyone's vision. The door was like a mirror. As the mirror rose and fell, insectoids continuously walked out of the door. Many cultivators looked at the door and understood that after stepping through the door, they would enter the insect race's great secret realm, which was the source of the insect disaster in the 9 provinces. The first step had been taken, and the next step was to see the progress of the second step. If everything went smoothly, they would be able to solve the disaster that had lasted for several years. "Rest here and recover your spiritual power." Longbow shouted and ordered a few more people to guard in front of the door and kill any insects they saw. The 9 provinces needed to act together. Although the 9 vanguard camps were already in position in front of the 9 doors and could kill their way into the insect race's great secret realm at any time, the armies of the 9 provinces had not arrived yet. When the vanguard camp went deep into the insect path, teams from all over the 9 provinces had already gone deep through the cracks in ground. They then gathered at different positions of the insect path and continued to advance. However, because the vanguard camp was clearing the way, the pressure they faced was much less. They only needed to deal with the scattered insectoids they encountered in the forks. Currently, the armies of the 9 provinces were trekking through the depths of the insect path. It could be said that the figures of the 9 provinces' cultivators could be seen everywhere in the insect path. They might be scattered in different forks, but they only had one ultimate goal. They could only wait for the armies to be in position before the vanguard camp could kill their way into the insect race's great secret realm. Otherwise, they would be powerless. Even if everyone in the vanguard camp was above the 7th order, it would be difficult for them to do anything. While the masters of the vanguard camp were resting, Lu Yi was busy. He needed to tie a certain amount of exploding fire spirit stones to all the insectoids he controlled. Otherwise, it would be difficult for the insectoids to cause a large-scale commotion. However, it was different with exploding fire spirit stones. These things were easy to explode and could cause powerful spiritual energy fluctuations. The insectoids were extremely sensitive to spiritual energy fluctuations. Once the exploding fire spirit stones exploded, it would definitely attract the insectoids' attention. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the vanguard camp could kill their way into the insect race's great secret realm and quickly build a defensive line. He was not the only one who was busy with this. There were others assisting him. They were all assigned in advance. Even so, it still took him nearly 2 hours to arrange everything properly. Selection. Lu Yi did a final check. After confirming that there were no omissions, he came to the sect master, and Pang Zhen, disciple, is ready. Pang Zhen said, "Then I'll leave the rest to you. However, you must be careful and prioritize your own safety." The sect master also exhorted, "If things go wrong, retreat immediately." Disciple understands. Lu Yi nodded solemnly. Chapter 11:11. In front of the door, Lu Yi put the amber back into the spirit beast pouch and flashed to the back of a sacred beetle. He opened its wings and hid his whole body inside. He constructed the concealment and aura concealing spiritual tattoos in one go. Immediately after, he gave the order in his mind. The enslaved insects connected head to tail and disappeared through the door. The sacred beetle that Lu Yi rode was mixed in with the troops and was inconspicuous. As the light and darkness changed, the feeling of the suppression of the magnetic field disappeared. Lu Yi understood that he had crossed the door and entered the insect race's great secret realm. Lu Ye's ears were full of the sound of insects crawling and flying, as well as the hissing of weapons. He immediately controlled the sacred beetle to fly into the air. After flying to a certain height, he quietly looked down and saw that the door was bustling with insects of all shapes and sizes. The scene was spectacular. In such a situation, if the vanguard camp wanted to stabilize their position, they would have to go through a massacre first. However, once the spiritual power fluctuations appeared, it would inevitably attract more insects. There would be no end to it. He was the vanguard of the vanguard in the war province, using the insects and the explosive fire spirit rock to attract the attention of the insects. However, the other 8 provinces did not have such means. If they wanted to open up a front here, it would be more difficult than the war province. This would depend on the means of the experts of the vanguard camp. Using his mind to sense the position of the insects under his command, he accurately gave different orders to each insect. Those insects went in different directions one by one, going deep into the insect race's great secret realm. In only 2 hours, over 200 spirit sea realm insectoids had been scattered in the range of 20 to 50 miles away from the door. They couldn't be too close, because it would be meaningless if they were too close. They couldn't be too far away, because it wouldn't work if they were too far away. 20 to 50 miles was the best distance. Lu Yi then sent a message to the head teacher. "Disciple is in position." The next step was to wait. The 9 provinces' army did not take too long to assemble. After all the people participating in this operation were cultivators above the true lake realm. Moreover, each team had a divine sea realm expert, so the efficiency was naturally not slow. What they had encountered along the way were nothing more than some scattered insectoids that they had encountered at the fork in their path. Once they reached the insectoid path that the vanguard had taken, they would be able to move on without any obstructions. In just 2 days, the armies of the 9 prefectures were in position. The armies of each prefecture were lined up like a long dragon. The dragon, head of the army, had already met up with the vanguard and was standing in front of one of the portals. However, the dragon tail was perhaps only a few thousand feet into the insect path. It was not that they did not want to go further, but they were limited by the terrain. If the people in front did not charge into the insect race's secret realm, the people behind would not be able to push forward. While lying dormant, Lu Yi received a message from the sect leader. It was time to make a move. He immediately gave orders to the 200 insectoids under his command. Among the insectoids, a mantis insectoid of the divine sea realm suddenly waved his own mantis blade and attacked his companions beside him. Under the sharp and swift slash, many insectoids were cut into pieces on the spot before they could even react. However, there were some stronger insectoids who were still alive even though they were slashed. Driven by their instincts, they started to fight back against the mantis insectoids. As early as the last time he came to the insect race's secret realm, Lu Yi discovered something. The insectoids here did not live in harmony. Instead, they fought frequently. The stronger insectoids treated the weaker insectoids as food and resources. When the weaker insectoids were attacked, they would instinctively fight back. On the other hand, in the 9 prefectures, there was basically no killing between insectoids. Perhaps there was something more attractive outside. On the other side, a dog insectoid also started to bite its companion beside it. After a short killing, the scene became intense. At the same time, a centipede-like insectoid with a body length of more than 10 feet wrapped around a companion. Its mouth wriggled and bit off the companion's carapace, revealing the flesh and blood inside. Chaos came inadvertently, and it was not just in one place. In the end, the fight between insectoids inevitably came into contact with the explosive fire spirit rock on their backs. A roar suddenly sounded, accompanied by violent and chaotic fluctuations of spiritual energy. In order to create enough spiritual power fluctuations to attract the insectoids, each of the divine sea realm insectoids under Lu Ye's command carried at least 100 explosive fire spirit rocks. The bigger the insectoid, the more explosive fire spirit rocks they carried. For example, the centipede-like insectoid carried thousands of explosive fire spirit rocks on its back. As long as the power of one explosive fire spirit rock was activated, the rest of the explosive fire spirit rocks would explode in a short time. When the flames rose into the sky, it was like a handful of salt was sprinkled into a pot of oil. The insectoids within a 100-mile radius immediately became restless. Almost all the insectoids who sensed the spiritual power fluctuations became excited at this moment. Driven by their instincts, they gathered toward the source of the spiritual power fluctuations. Boom, 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 the sound of explosions kept coming out. Pillars of flame soared into the sky. The location where the more than 200 divine sea realm insectoids were became the focus of the insectoid army. Not only were the insectoids on the ground attracted, but the insectoids flying in the sky were also attracted. Originally, there were still some insectoids flying around Lu Yi. However, at this moment, they all became solemn. When he looked up, there was no one around him except for the sacred beetle he was riding. Even the sacred beetle he planted with the soul manipulation, spirit soul, seemed to be attracted by the spiritual power fluctuations. If he had not ordered it to suppress it, it would have carried him to the nearest source of the spiritual power fluctuations. If that was the case, then it would be fun. When he looked down, the originally bustling door was now empty. There was not a single insectoid to be seen. The plan was executed much more smoothly than expected. The sound of explosions continued. More than 200 divine sea realm insectoids, scattered in different locations, could not all move at the same time. After all, there was a sequence which could buy him more time. The space inside the door fluctuated slightly. Several figures rushed out of the door almost at the same time. The leaders were still Pang Zhen and Longbo. Because they did not know what was going on here, they were all prepared to take action. However, when they rushed in, there was not a single insectoid around. The closest insectoid to them was a few miles away, and it was still moving away quickly. This sudden scene stunned them. However, they immediately understood that it was Lu Ye's work. Pang Zhen could not help but shout, "Well done!" Although Lu Ye's eucalyptus extraction had been approved during the Great Council, no one knew whether or not it would be of any use, and to what extent. Only now did they know that Lu Ye's eucalyptus extraction was more effective than they had imagined. Disregarding everything else, now that there was not a single insectoid in front of the door, the Vanguard Battalion could do whatever they wanted. More figures passed through the door and entered the insectoid's great secret realm. In just a few breaths of time, the Vanguard Battalion's hundreds of experts had all passed through. Act according to the plan, Longbow ordered. The hundreds of people immediately spread out and slowly advanced outwards in a fan shape. The fluctuation of the space inside the door did not stop. After the vanguard battalion, the cultivators in charge of building the defensive line were the first to arrive at the insectoid's great secret realm. The cultivators who came were of different cultivation levels. Some were in the spirit sea realm, while others were in the true lake realm. They were array cultivators, and their mission was to set up all kinds of large arrays in front of the door. In such a situation, the faster they set up enough arrays, the easier it would be to reduce the pressure on the people of the vanguard battalion. This was undoubtedly a test of their attainments in array Tao. Once the array cultivators set up the arrays, the spiritual energy fluctuations became chaotic. Some insectoids had already sensed the spiritual energy fluctuations here. They changed their direction and rushed over. It could be foreseen that as time passed, more and more insectoids would arrive. Eventually, it would become a situation where an enormous insectoid tide would attack the human camp. Lu Yi rode his sacred beetle and descended from the sky. He joined the vanguard battalion's formation. With the sect master on the left and the missing moon immortal on the right, there was a sense of security. He took out Hu Pa from his spirit beast pouch and placed it on his shoulder. Yi also flashed out and came to the sect master's side. Master. Looking at Yi and feeling the spiritual energy fluctuations on her body, the sect master nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. After not seeing her for a long time, Yi's growth was undoubtedly great. This made the sect master very satisfied. Stay by my side and watch me kill in all directions. The sect master was full of lofty sentiments. Yi clapped her hands. Disciple will support master. On the other side, the missing moon immortal also transmitted a message to Lu Yi. Don't go too far away from me. Lu Yi laughed. Senior Marshal Sister, I'm not a child. I'm a weapon cultivator. As a weapon cultivator, he naturally had to fight with his blade. How could he always be protected by others? The corner of the missing moon immortal's mouth curled up. She did not say anything more. Although the vanguard battalion's speed was not fast, it was not slow either. Soon, they had advanced to a position 5 miles away from the door. This was considered an encirclement. The encirclement behind them was the army's position. Before the defensive line was completely built, they had to rely on the masters of the vanguard battalion to resist the attacks of the insect race, and buy enough time for the army to build the defensive line. Hundreds of people were scattered at the edge of a 5-mile semicircle, and the distance between each other was not close. This required a high level of personal ability. This was also the reason why the vanguard battalion only selected cultivators above the 7th order. If one's cultivation was lower, it would be difficult for them to take on big responsibilities. Once the insect race broke through the defensive line, it was very likely that it would cause an impact to the rear. The encirclement of the army's territory was extremely smooth. They did not encounter any obstacles. This was all thanks to Lu Yi. The explosion of more than 200 scattered spirit sea realm insects with exploding fire spirit stones attracted the attention of too many insect race clans, giving the army enough time to prepare. However, the other 8 continents did not have this ability. If they wanted to encircle the territory, they could only kill all the insect race clans in front of them. It could be said that in front of the other 8 portals, the war had already begun when the vanguard battalion rushed into the insect race's great mystic realm. The vanguard battalion needed to push forward while killing until they had advanced enough distance to stabilize their position and make enough space for the army to arrive. Chapter 11:12. Stop! Pang Zhan's voice was transmitted through the activation of spiritual energy. When he gave the order, everyone stopped moving forward. Lu Yi looked ahead. All kinds of insects were rushing forward like a tide, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. Even if he was mentally prepared, his expression could not help but become serious. The distance between each other was getting closer and closer, and the spiritual energy of the vanguard camp powerhouses began to fluctuate. In the middle of the fan-shaped area, Pang Zhen was holding a spiritual talisman overflowing with spiritual energy. He threw it forward, and in an instant, muffled thunder rumbled. The sky changed color, and thunderclouds gathered and rotated. Kill! At the same time, a thunderous roar came out of his mouth. Thick bolts of lightning struck down from the thunderclouds, smashing into the swarm of insects, like heavenly punishment. Amidst the wanton lightning, a large number of insects were annihilated. This seemed to be a signal. When the lightning struck, the powerhouses of the vanguard camp also used various methods to attack the swarm of insects. In an instant, different colors and powerful techniques were formed. There were also blade and sword chi crisscrossing. There were also countless rays of light from Imperial equipment shuttling back and forth in the formation, bringing about puffs of hot blood. The screams of the insects were endless, and they fell in droves. Fresh blood soaked the ground in an instant. On Lu Ye's left, the sect leader and Yi used their techniques together, but it was mainly the sect leader who killed randomly, and Yi who was responsible for the attacks. The difference in cultivation was too great, and Yi's attacks could only be used as icing on the cake. On Lu Ye's right was the thinking moon immortal, whose sword chi covered the sky and earth, wantonly shuttling back and forth, sharp and threatening. However, whether it was the sect leader or the thinking moon immortal, in the choice of attack range, they took into consideration the area facing Lu. They probably felt that he, a weapon cultivator, would not be able to perform well in such a situation. The Fire Phoenix technique and the Fire Dragon technique were connected head to tail, and Lu Yi was relieved. The attacks of the insects not only came from the ground, but also from the sky. Many insects were born with the ability to fly, and even if they did not have wings, once their cultivation reached a certain level, they could fly. However, under the counterattack of the many powerhouses of the vanguard camp, whether it was on the ground or in the air, all the insects were unable to come within 3 miles. Looking down from the sky, the 3 li of land in front of the vanguard battalion had shockingly turned into a land of death that no living creature could approach. Every insect that crossed the line of death fell to the ground. The insect corpses on the ground quickly piled up, and the insect blood converged into a river. This was destined to be a battle between you and me. In the face of these insects that had brought disaster to 9 regions for several years, the experts of the vanguard camp did not show any mercy. The pressure wasn't great. If the insect tide's attack was only at this level, it wouldn't be difficult to deal with the insect plague. However, everyone knew that this was just the beginning. The real pressure had yet to come. Not to mention the fact that there were not many large bugs among the invading insectoids. Even the giant bugs that had appeared in the video were nowhere to be seen. Moreover, as time passed, the spiritual energy of the cultivators would be depleted. Even the experts of the vanguard battalion could not maintain such an offensive for a long time. The violent and chaotic spiritual energy fluctuations attracted more and more insects, and the scale of the insect tide was constantly expanding. Even if the insects were constantly being killed, there were still more insects coming in to replace them. At this time, everyone was only glad that the insects didn't have much intelligence. Otherwise, if such a scale of insect tide appeared in 9 regions, the situation of 9 regions would probably collapse. At that time, it would inevitably be a disaster, and the people would be plunged into misery and suffering. Lu Yi only focused on the area he was defending. He alternated between using the Fire Phoenix technique and the Fire Dragon technique. He could also cast other techniques, but in the current situation, these 2 techniques were undoubtedly the most lethal and the most effective to form an area of effect attack. Since he had shown his ability, the sect leader and Thought Moon Immortal could deal with the area they were defending with peace of mind. They didn't have to be distracted to reduce the pressure on him. Behind him came the sound of skimming through the air. Then, one figure after another stood beside him. Without any communication, the new cultivators immediately joined the counterattack sequence. After the formation cultivators, took the lead to pass through the portal. The reinforcements of the 9 Regions army arrived. Most of them were magic cultivators, because in such a counterattack, magic cultivators could fully display their abilities. There were also some body cultivators and weapon cultivators who were mainly responsible for dealing with the insects that rushed to the front. At the same time, they used the twin chi-linked branches array disc to facilitate the magic cultivators. Each team was assigned in advance, so although there were a lot of people pouring in at this time, it seemed messy but not chaotic. There was originally a little distance between Lu Yishur, the sect leader, and Thought Moon Immortal. But with the reinforcements of the 9 Regions army, there was a gap in the middle. The area was quickly filled by the new cultivators. The reinforcements were endless until the latecomers could no longer find a place to stay. With the support of these people, the second stage of the vanguard, the most dangerous initial stage, passed. "Enter!" Pang Zhen gave another order. When the order was given, everyone stepped forward in an orderly manner. Looking down from the sky, the semicircle of 5 miles was advancing outward at a moderate speed, expanding the scope of the position behind them and lengthening their own battle line. Only in this way could they better display the strength of the cultivator army and kill the insects more effectively. Otherwise, if they were limited to this 5-mile semicircle, many people would not be able to find a place to attack and would waste their own forces. Moreover, for the entire army of cultivators in the War Province, a 5-mile radius was still too small. The counterattack line was advancing outward, but the 3-mile radius was still the death line of the insects. Most of the insects could not cross this 3-mile limit. Occasionally, a few big insects would be lucky enough to rush in, but they would be quickly killed by the concentrated fire of the cultivators. As the battle line lengthened, the distance between Lu Yi, the sect leader, and Thought Moon Immortal also increased. This meant that it was difficult for him to get reinforcements from the left and right. If any powerful insects appeared in the area he was in charge of defending, he would have to find a way to deal with them himself. He spread out his divine sense and sensed a little. He found that he had 1/8 order divine C cultivator for 7th order cultivators, more than 27th order divine C cultivators, and the rest were all true lake cultivators. Such a force was not weak, and it was more than enough to deal with ordinary situations. In the beginning, the advance was smooth because even though the battle line was lengthened, more cultivators joined the counterattack. Therefore, in terms of attack intensity, the War Province's side did not decrease, but instead increased. Naturally, there was no pressure. However, as time passed, everyone gradually felt a certain amount of pressure. On one hand, the scale of the insect tide had increased, and on the other hand, the battle line had been lengthened. Fortunately, at this moment, Pang Zhen's voice sounded again. "Stop!" He was obviously in charge of the overall situation and gave the appropriate order at the right time. Otherwise, if they continued to advance endlessly, their battle line would definitely be broken first. At this point, they felt some pressure, but the pressure was not too great and was still within the range that they could bear. At this moment, the front line had been extended to a distance of more than 10 miles from the door. The main force of the cultivators was still the cultivators. After all, in such a defensive counterattack, the cultivators could play a greater role than the other sections. This was the advantage of having more manpower. The main task of the cultivators, the body cultivators, and even the ghost cultivators now was to borrow power from the twin chi connection array disc for the cultivators. In case the Zergs got close, they had to be responsible for protecting the cultivators. However, since the battle began, no Zergs had been able to break through the defensive line of the spell. This caused the cultivators of the other sects to have nothing to do. The cultivators who had Imperial artifacts could still activate them to relieve their boredom and pick up the scraps among the dazzling spells. The cultivators who did not have Imperial artifacts were really bored. After all, Imperial artifacts were used by cultivators to make up for their lack of offensive means when their strength was not high. When their cultivation was higher, Imperial artifacts would become useless. Lu Yi, for example, rarely used the power of Imperial equipment in battle. If he did use Imperial equipment, his saber light might be even more powerful than Imperial equipment. Brothers, let some Zergs come over. It's not easy for us to come here, so we can't just look at them. That's right, that's right. Brothers and sisters, we can't eat alone. Even if we don't share the rain and dew, at least let us exercise our hands and feet. Louis, yeah, you're a weapon cultivator. How can you use such a good spell? Is there any justice in this world? The group of people was noisy, and the solemn atmosphere of the battle was ruined. The main reason was that there was no Ninth Order Master on Liu Ye's side, so everyone was not so restrained. If it were other places with Ninth Order cultivators, they would not be so free to do as they pleased. The cultivators followed the advice and deliberately let some Zergs come over under the vast and dense offensive. They thought that it would relieve the boredom of the weapon cultivators, the body cultivators and the ghost cultivators, but who knew that the quarrel would become even more fierce. Hey, that sword cultivator from Xiaogui's sect. Looking at you. You're obviously not a good person. Sword cultivator, just use your flying sword to attack from afar. Why are you stealing our Zergs? Fellow Daoist, don't use your saber light. You killed the Zergs from 1,000 feet away. What's the difference between this method and a weapon cultivators? We weapon cultivators should fight in close quarters to show the power of weapon cultivators. Isn't the one who used the spirit talisman a bit shameless? Who doesn't have a spirit talisman in their hands? The quarrel was a mess, but in the end, no Zergs could get close to 1,000 feet. The weapon cultivators, the body cultivators, and the ghost cultivators criticized each other. Although they despised the actions of others, they did not hesitate to attack. It was a classic double standard. Saber light, fist shadows, imperial artifacts, spirit talismans, and various other methods. Be careful, there's a big guy coming. Suddenly, a cry of alarm sounded. Everyone also saw the incoming Zergs. Big did not refer to the size, but to the strength. The aura of the Zergs was on the level of a Ninth Order Divine Sea. Chapter 11:13. It was an insect that looked like a pangolin. It was hidden in the huge insect swarm and rushed over with the swarm. Before it appeared, no one had noticed its existence. It was only when it suddenly appeared and revealed its powerful aura that it was imprinted in the eyes of many cultivators. All of a sudden, spells of all colors were unleashed from all directions. Violent rumbling sounds were accompanied by extremely chaotic fluctuations of spirit energy. It was as if a huge firework had ignited in the sky. It was a spectacular sight. It's not dead, someone shouted. Under the perception of their divine senses, the pangolin insect did not show any signs of weakening after suffering so many spell techniques. This was simply inconceivable. After all, there were more than 10 spirit, sea realm cultivators attacking together. Even if the pangolin was a Ninth Order human, it should not be unharmed. However, this pangolin insect did it. More spell techniques were launched in that direction. In the chaos, a shadow rushed out from the vortex of spell techniques. It was the pangolin insect. At this moment, it had curled up its entire body and was spinning rapidly like a top, rushing over at an extremely fast speed. Because it was not big, its movements were extremely agile. As it spun, it was able to dodge most of the spell techniques. The occasional spell techniques that landed on its body could not stop it at all. What was even more surprising was that after this pangolin insectoid appeared, even more pangolin insectoids appeared. All of them rolled themselves up and spun around as they approached. The cultivators soon discovered the problem. These insects were spinning at an extremely fast speed, so they had a rebound effect on spell techniques and could greatly weaken the power of spell techniques. Moreover, these insects should have a strong resistance to spell techniques. This was due to the thick bone carapace on their backs. The sudden appearance of a group of pangolin insects finally allowed the insect swarm to break through the 3-kilometer death line. Because the cultivators had wasted too much energy on them, More insects followed behind these pangolin insects and quickly advanced forward. The cultivators realized that something was wrong and immediately changed their strategy. They ignored the pangolin insects and continued to pour spell techniques into the insect swarm. In such a large-scale battle, a spell cultivator's advantage was that they could quickly kill enemies from a long distance and prevent the spread of the insect swarm. In such a situation, it was extremely unwise to waste energy on an opponent that they couldn't defeat in a short time. The only thing they should do now was to kill the other insectoids more effectively. The distance was quickly shortened. When the group of pangolin insects was only 300 meters away from the front line, the body cultivators, weapon cultivators, and ghost cultivators, who had long been impatient, welcomed them joyfully. Lu Yi was among them. He and the other body cultivator immediately set their sights on the Ninth Order insect race leader. The physique cultivator's body swelled up in an instant. His chi and blood were so exuberant that he looked like a burning fireball. Lu Yi even brought out the dragon throne and draped it over his body. His scarlet figure, which was dozens of feet tall, attracted many surprised gazes. He brought out the dragon spine saber, and in an instant a ferocious aura erupted. It was even more ferocious than the insectoids. At a time like this, there was no doubt that they had to end the battle quickly. Otherwise, if the battle dragged on for too long, it would be disadvantageous to their own side. Especially since his opponent was a Ninth Order big insect, Lu Yi naturally didn't dare to hold back. The body cultivator took the lead and, with a distance of more than 10 meters between them, punched out with both his fists. His vitality and spirit energy surged, and a sky full of fist shadows flew out and struck the insect. Amidst the rumbling sounds, dumb insect's speed was slightly hindered. Even its rotation speed slowed down a little. The burly body, cultivator's body, moved forward and opened his arms. Looking at his posture, it seemed like he was going to hug dumb insect. A mysterious power surged around his body. It couldn't be said that he was acting recklessly, but it was clearly a kind of secret technique and also the fighting style of this body, cultivator. One man and one insect collided. The body cultivator's hands slammed together, and with the force of this embrace, even the void in front of him seemed to be squeezed and began to distort. The insect immediately let out a hiss, and its rapidly rotating body stagnated for a moment. Even if its aura was comparable to a Ninth Order Divine Sea Realm cultivator's secret technique, it was still somewhat unable to bear it, and the white bone carapace on its back immediately began to crack. If the body cultivator could maintain this secret technique for a long time, it would only take a few breaths for him to crush this insect. However, in the end, this was a Ninth Order insect, so how could it be so easy to kill? As the insect hissed, the body cultivator's figure was sent flying like a paper kite, his arms and even palms covered in blood. After the insect broke free, a fierce light flashed across its eyes, and just as it was about to chase after the body cultivator, a long saber slashed down from the sky, and a violent aura swept out, slamming into its back. The already cracked carapace was immediately dented. Under the huge impact, the insect's figure fell down. Lu Yi donned the dragon throne and followed closely behind, waving his dragon spine saber, which transformed into a sky full of saber images that enveloped the insect. Wearing the dragon throne, Lu Yi was undoubtedly in his strongest state, but there was a drawback that could not be ignored. Not only did it consume too much energy, but it was also a problem with its size. The dragon throne was more suitable for large-scale slaughter, not one-on-one battles like this, especially when the opponent was a small insect. Therefore, although Lu Ye's saber was fierce, it was difficult for him to cause fatal damage to the insect in a short time. Of course, if there was enough time, he could still kill this insect. However, what they lacked now was time. Because with the impact of these pangolin insects, a large number of body cultivators, armament cultivators, and ghost cultivators attacked. The defensive line occupied by the body cultivator was already feeling the pressure. The most direct manifestation of this was that the insect tide was already 2 kilometers away, and it was still rapidly approaching. At the critical moment, the body cultivator arrived again. He was also a battle veteran, and when he rushed over, he saw the awkward situation Lu Yi was in. Making a prompt decision, he slammed into the saber images that filled the sky and suddenly appeared behind the insect. He opened his arms again, and a mysterious power surged out. His blood, chi, and spiritual force surged as he hugged the big insect. No matter how the big insect struggled, he didn't let go. At the same time, he angrily shouted, "Lu Yi!" Lu Yi had already retracted his saber when the body cultivator slammed into the saber images and assumed a stabbing posture. Almost at the same time as the body cultivator shouted, the dragon spine saber had already stabbed out. The body cultivator's pupils instantly shrank to the size of a needle tip, because the violent and ferocious aura that accompanied the saber made even him, an 8th order cultivator, a little scared. Especially when this saber was coming in his direction, he could not help but feel a great sense of panic. Is Lu Yi going to attack both the insect and the insect? Fortunately, he also knew that Lu Yi would not have any harmful thoughts towards him at this time, so he forced himself to calm down and remain motionless. The dragon spine saber pierced into the insect's heart, and the sharp tip of the saber pierced through the insect's carapace. The body cultivator immediately felt a cold touch on his chest. The dragon spine saber flicked upwards and directly cut open the insect's stomach. Blood and internal organs spilled out, and the insect's vitality quickly dissipated. The body cultivator hurriedly dodged to the side with a frightened expression. Lu Yi had already rushed to the side to help the others deal with the insects that had rushed to the front. Everyone was fighting a bloody battle, whether it was the body cultivator, armament cultivator, ghost cultivator, or dharma cultivator. The overwhelming light of spirit techniques had not stopped since the beginning. With the help of Lu Ye's method of controlling the insects, the war province had a perfect start. This was an advantage that the other 8 provinces did not have. With such a perfect start, it would be unjustifiable if the front line collapsed at this moment. After the initial calm, the war province's front line was now feeling the pressure. Not only was the area where Lu Yi was under pressure, but the other front lines were also under pressure. The insect tide was like a wave, pushing forward wave after wave. The only thing the cultivators could do was to keep killing and not let the insect tide gather enough to break through the front line. After separating from the body cultivator, Lu Yi brazenly killed his way into the swarm. With the might of the Dragon Emperor and the sharpness of the dragon spine saber, he really killed everyone. At first, there were other human cultivators nearby who cooperated with him, but gradually they could only fight on their own. Perhaps it was because the Dragon Emperor's aura was too fierce that it attracted the attention of the insect tribe. Lu Yi was constantly surrounded by insects that were difficult to calculate. Even though his killing speed was not slow, he could not keep up with the efficiency of the insect tide's replenishment. Finally, at a certain moment, the scarlet figure that was tens of meters tall was drowned by the insect tribe. The insect tribe seemed to have realized that this was an excellent opportunity, so more of them gathered from all directions. In an instant, the place where Lu Yi was had turned into a mountain of insects, and the scarlet light of the Dragon Emperor could no longer be seen. When the cultivators of the war province not far away saw this, they wanted to come and help. However, at this moment, none of them could get away, so how could they help? Just as everyone thought that Lu Yi was probably going to die, violent spiritual power fluctuations suddenly surged out from the depths of the mountain of insects. Then a dazzling light suddenly bloomed, as if a big sun had suddenly bloomed. The mountain of insects collapsed, and a large number of insects were killed at this moment. Broken limbs and pieces of flesh flew out. Where the scarlet figure stood, a huge lotus flower slowly bloomed. The dazzling light was formed by the convergence of countless saber lights. The lotus flower covered an area with a radius of tens of meters. Not to mention the insects, Even a layer of the ground was cut off, and the ground was full of crisscrossing gullies. The third form of the tyrant saber, Lotus Sun. After taking back the inheritance of the tyrant saber art from his third senior brother in Red River City, Lu Yi had already understood the third form of the tyrant saber. Just as he had guessed before, the third form had the word sun in its name. This was a sign. The first form was stars, the second form was crescent moon, and the third form was Lotus Sunday. After taking back the inheritance of the tyrant saber art from his third senior brother in Red River City, Lu Yi had already understood the third form of the tyrant saber. Just as he had guessed before, the third form had the word sun in its name. This was a sign. The first form was stars, the second form was crescent moon, and the third form was Lotus Sunday. This was also the last form of the tyrant saber art. It was much more powerful than the first two forms. Of course, it also consumed a lot of energy. It was just right to use it in such an environment. Chapter 11:14. Just as the battle was getting intense, a huge beam of light swept out from behind the front line. Wherever the beam of light passed, a vacuum passage that was more than 10 miles long was cleared out. All the insects in the passage were turned into ashes. It took a full 3 to 4 breaths for the passage to be filled with new insects. More beams of light swept out from behind, accompanied by huge buzzing sounds and extremely violent spiritual power fluctuations. It was the formation behind the front line that was exerting its power. After the hundreds of experts from the vanguard camp, the first to cross the door was a large number of formation cultivators. They only had one task, which was to set up formations as soon as possible. It was not a defensive formation, but a killing formation. This was the insect clan's secret realm. The goal of the human clan was to eliminate the insect clan. So what was the use of a defensive formation? Only a killing formation was the way to go. Offense was the best defense. This time, the military province had also invested a lot. Powerful spiritual treasures were brought in by the major sects, including the most powerful treasures of some top sects. It should be noted that these treasures would not be used easily under normal circumstances, such as the Annihilation Thunder Spear of the Sky Yuan sect. These top-rate spirit treasures were placed within numerous formations, and they served as the cores of the formations. They were boosted by the energy of the formations. So how terrifying was the might they could display? It could be said that such power was not something that a cultivator could perform. Naturally, it would be extremely harmful to the insect clan. The buzzing sounds continued, and the formations were overloaded. With the activation of the spiritual treasures and formations, the insect tide's attack was finally suppressed. In just the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the insect tide was suppressed back to 5 miles. The body cultivators, weapon cultivators, and ghost cultivators who had come out of the formation returned to the front line and sat cross-legged to recover. In the area where Lu Yi was, many people were injured. Not to mention the others. Just the body cultivator who had joined forces with him to kill the giant insect looked a little miserable. His hands and arms were bloody like lakes. However, for body cultivators, such injuries were not a big deal. Because their physiques were strong and their chi and blood were vigorous, they recovered quickly. Those who were seriously injured had retreated near the door. Medical cultivators were waiting there, ready to treat the seriously injured at any time. After this battle, the frustrations of the body cultivators, weapon cultivators, and ghost cultivators were finally resolved. Moreover, Lu Yi keenly felt that there were some subtle changes in the way these people looked at him. Lu Yi of the Jade Blood sect was famous. In his early years, he was known as the sect exterminating Yi and the 3 disasters of the spirit stream. Now he was one of the 2 heroes of the military province. However, for some veteran cultivators of the divine sea realm, Lu Yi was still a rising star due to his age. The so-called rising star cultivators might have a bright future, but not now. However, in the battle just now, everyone had witnessed his ability with their own eyes. Even though he had borrowed external strength, it was still a kind of strength that he possessed. It could be said that the strength displayed by Lu Yi was not at all inferior to those veteran divine Sea Realm experts, and was even stronger than most of them. If one had not seen it with their own eyes, it would have been hard to believe that this was the work of a young man in his early 20s. In the end, cultivators were judged by their strength. The level of strength Lu Yi displayed would determine the level of treatment he would receive. Many divine Sea Realm cultivators realized that this young man not only had a bright future, but also a bright future. No one treated him as a junior anymore. On the vast stage of the 9 prefectures, there was already a place for him. Rest, reorganize, and fight again. The cultivators also began to take turns to fight. No one knew how long this battle would last, so they had to use their strength more effectively to kill the enemy. Human strength was limited. No cultivator could maintain a high-intensity spirit art. They also needed to recover. The spirit artifacts placed in the array cores could always release powerful power at the most critical moment. They were a safeguard to maintain the stability of the military province's front line and couldn't be used casually. Pang Zhen, Longbo, the sect master, Mu Suifeng, and Su Xiao, 5 Ninth Order Divine Sea Realm cultivators, withdrew from the front line and formed a mobile team. Among them, Pang Zhen was the deputy union master of the Grand Heaven Alliance in the military province. Longbo was the city lord of Myriad Demon City. Mu Suifeng was the sword master of the North Profound Sword Sect. And Su Xiao was the palace master of Blue Cloud Palace. These people were the best in the military province in terms of strength and status. It was easy to imagine how important the team formed by them was. Their tasks were, firstly, to coordinate the overall situation, and secondly, to provide reinforcements everywhere to ensure that the defense line was not broken. With the support of such 5 experts, as long as the Force province fought steadily and did not panic, there would not be any major problems. At this moment, the 5 of them were standing in the air, overlooking the entire battlefield and communicating with their divine senses. The situation on our side is basically fine. What about the other continents? Have you asked them? Longbo looked at Pang Zhen. Pang Zhen said, "We have gained a firm foothold, but in the beginning almost every continent suffered casualties of varying degrees. This was inevitable. The military province had Lu Ye's means to attract the attention of the insects and buy enough time for the vanguard battalion, but the other continents didn't have such means. Basically, after the vanguard battalion took the lead to kill their way in, a large number of cultivators followed closely behind. While the battle was going on, they continued to push outward and establish a defensive line. During this period, some casualties were inevitable. From this point of view, Lu Ye's contribution was not small. How can there be no deaths in a war? Those who die can only blame themselves for not cultivating enough." Long Bo said casually, "However, if the situation continues to progress like this, the price to pay to solve the problem here won't be too high. Won't things be going too smoothly?" Pang Zhen said, "The thing that hindered our operation before was only how to solve the problem of the primordial magnetic field suppressing our strength. Now that this problem has been solved, the rest is naturally not troublesome. The insects have limited intelligence, after all. They have numbers, but they only follow their instincts. What's the point of killing some insects? If the insects continue to behave like this, we'll kill them all sooner or later." Mu Suifeng said, "Don't forget that there are still some giant insects. In the images provided by Lu Yi, there were some extremely large insects. No one knew how strong those insects could be. After all, no one had encountered them before. Moreover, until now, these giant insects had not shown any signs of moving. They could only vaguely see their huge figures at the end of their vision." Su Xiao was eager to give it a try. "Do you want to try out those giant insects methods?" The men also glanced at her. Although this woman had a delicate appearance and looked like a pretty girl from a humble family, she was actually an individual cultivator. Her small body contained unimaginably terrifying power. When they were young, they had more or less interacted with her. Naturally, they all knew the madness hidden under her delicate and gentle appearance. She had probably wanted to provoke those giant insects for a long time, but it was not good for her to rashly go in alone. Thus, she wanted to encourage the others to join her. No need. Longbow hurriedly refused. This old man still wants to live for a few more years. Su Xiu curled her lips. Coward! The veins on Longbow's forehead throbbed. The sect master spoke at the right time. Compared to this war itself, I'm actually more concerned about another matter. Everyone's gazes converged. There are no resources in this insect race's great secret realm. How can it breed such a large number of insects? How did these insects come to be? This was actually a question that everyone was puzzled about. They all had some thoughts, but it was not good to say them out loud because there was no concrete evidence. The 9 great gates correspond to the 9 great continents. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? Moreover, the insect plague erupted too suddenly. There were no signs at all. It's like a pair of invisible hands are pushing this matter to happen. In truth, the sect master and Lu Yi had discussed this coincidence before, but they did not delve too deeply into it. It was not just him and Lu Yi who had some suspicions. Which divine sea realm cultivator in the 9 continents who had some knowledge did not have suspicions. However, some things were not easy to say. If that's the case, then what's the goal? Longbow asked. The sect master sighed. If this old man knew, I wouldn't have so many doubts. However, based on the current situation, the insect plague has brought about a result. Pang Zhen's eyes flashed. For the first time in several thousand years, the 2 factions have joined forces on a large scale. What does this mean? Longbow frowned. They want to use this war to ease the tension between the 2 factions. Who knows? The sect master replied, leisurely and meaningfully. In the end, we cultivators have to follow the will of the heavens in our cultivation. If there really is a hidden hand behind this war, perhaps it won't be long before we find out the deeper meaning behind it. Right now, the time is not yet right. Several people fell into deep thought. They had a faint feeling that after this insect plague that had swept through the 9 continents was resolved, perhaps something extremely shocking would happen. At the front of the front line, many magic cultivators were still executing spells to kill the attacking insect race. Lu Yi lay on the ground with his arms and legs spread out, chewing on spirit pills to recover his spiritual energy and physical strength. Hoopa lay beside him, his tongue sticking out. As the war progressed, the frequency of the need for body cultivators, weapon cultivators, and ghost cultivators to move out increased. There was no longer the time when they had nothing to do, so the cultivators of these factions had to seize the time to recover their strength. It was late at night, and the sky was filled with stars. Lu Yi discovered that the starry sky in the insect race's great secret realm was not much different from what he observed in the 9 continents. After all, the insect race's great secret realm was still under the influence of the 9 continents' heavenly secrets. Then, he discovered something that surprised him. In a certain part of the starry sky, a star seemed to have become a little brighter than before. This was the 3rd time he had observed this part of the starry sky. It was not intentional, just a casual glance. The first time he observed it, he did not pay too much attention to it. The second time, he discovered the change in the star's brightness, and this time, the change was even more obvious. He did not know the source of this change. 82 Chinese Network. Chapter 1115. Although the war was fierce, the direction of the war was advantageous to the human side. As long as the insect tide could not break through the front line of the 9 continents, they could only continue to die. According to the current development of the situation, sooner or later, the human race would be able to exterminate the insect race. No matter how many insects there was a limit. There would always be a time when they would all be killed. As time passed, the insect tide's offensive became weaker and weaker, and their numbers became fewer and fewer. Until 10 days after the war began, the insect race could no longer form a large-scale offensive. Thus, the human side realized that the time to counterattack had come. From this moment on, the war would enter the third stage. The cultivator army of the 9 continents would advance from 9 directions, sweeping away the insect race along the way and destroying the insect nests that stood on the ground. They would solve the problem of the insect plague from the root. This was the plan, but it was not simple to actually carry it out. First of all, a certain amount of strength must be left in front of the door to prevent the insect race from escaping through the door. At present, almost 80% of the elite forces of the 9 continents were concentrated in the insect race's great secret realm. Although there were some divine sea realm cultivators left in the 9 continents, there were not many of them. They were only used for emergency purposes. For example, Li Taibai's doppelganger did not follow the army into the insect race's great secret realm this time. This was because the myriad demon Ridge valued him very much and did not want him to take unnecessary risks. He was ordered to stay in the Dark Moon Forest Pass and be responsible for dealing with some fish that might escape the net. However, because there were formations set up by the army of each continent in front of the door, there was not a need for too many people to stay behind. If the insect race really came, the formation could resist them. Moreover, it was impossible for the 9 cultivator armies to advance in a straight line. If that was the case, there would be too many fish that escaped the net. When advancing, they had to stretch the battlefield as much as possible so that they could cover a wider range. Simply put, the entire insect race's great secret realm was divided into 9 plates. Each cultivator army was responsible for 1 plate. Before advancing, all the cultivators had to be on standby at the edge of the plate. Once the order was given, they would advance at the same time. This way, they could plow the entire insect race's great secret realm without any blind spots and solve some hidden dangers as much as possible. How to discuss the marching plan was a matter for the high-level members of the 2 camps. With the battlefield imprint, the transmission of information between the cultivators of 9 regions was extremely convenient, which made it very convenient for them to jointly carry out some large-scale operations. The high-level officials were quite efficient. In just half a day, they had come up with a plan of action. When the order was given, countless cultivators on the Force provinces side flew to both sides. Looking down from high up in the sky, streams of light radiated to the left and right like a fairy scattering flowers, gradually moving further and further away. Every once in a while, a team would stay behind. After a while, a warrior of the Spirit Sea realm would stay behind. This was the area they were responsible for. No one gave any orders to who would stay and who would continue forward. At this moment, everyone was acting according to their own will. They were all cultivators above the true lake stage, so they had their own judgment to rely on. There was no need for others to say anything. Such a dispersion of forces was undoubtedly fatal in the early stages of the war, but at this time it was the only choice. Using different methods to deal with feng shui at different times could maximize the cultivators' ability. Along the way, they kept leaving their forces behind while the rest continued to move forward along the edge of the insect race's great mystery realm. Lu Yi went to the right and flew at the front. It was not because he had the highest cultivation level. Now, there were many cultivators with higher cultivation levels than him. However, because he had the experience of exploring the entire insect race's great mystery realm, the Force province gave him a mission. That was to connect with the army of the neighboring continents and ensure that the 2 sides could connect seamlessly. There were also people on the other side who accepted this mission. As the front line continued to move forward, the number of cultivators following behind them became fewer and fewer. Occasionally, a battle would break out, but in front of this brilliant army of cultivators that was like a swarm of locusts, these insects could not do anything. After flying forward for a full day, there were less than 200 cultivators following behind Li. Then he saw a large stream of light coming from afar. The leading spirit sea realm cultivator of the other side met with Lu Ye's divine sense, and they both stopped. The cultivators behind them continued to move forward, filling up the empty space in the front line. In this way, the front line between the Force province and the neighboring continents was completely opened. Next, they only needed to wait for orders. The leading spirit sea realm cultivator flew over and landed beside Lu Yi. He looked at him with interest. "Are you little friend Lu Yi from the Blue Blood sect?" Lu Yi silently chewed on a spirit pill, preparing for battle, and glanced at him. "We have a grudge." The neighboring continent was the Thunder Province, and the Thunder Province was controlled by the myriad Demon Ridge. This spirit sea realm cultivator was undoubtedly a cultivator from one of the myriad Demon Ridge's sects. Lu Yi could not help but be a little vigilant when he came over for no reason. Now that the two factions had joined hands, the grudges of the past could not be said to have really disappeared. In his own camp, Yu Hua Jin did not hesitate to betray him and tried to kill him. Although Lu Yi was not old, he was still very vigilant. However, the other party's cultivation was at the 7th Order Divine Sea Realm. Even if there was a grudge between them, Lu Yi did not care. The Spirit Sea Realm cultivator chuckled. "Does little friend have too many enemies?" Lu Yi said indifferently, "I can't help it. When I was young, I offended a lot of people from the myriad Demon Ridge. I have to be careful when I meet strangers." The man laughed. "Little friend is still young. Perhaps there's some enmity between them. However, in places like the Spirit Stream battlefield and the Cloud River battlefield, there's nothing that can be done about it. Fighting is the only way to grow stronger. When it comes to cultivation, there's always fighting. Everyone has come from that kind of fighting. You just can't do anything about it, can you? I am Yu Xin from the 10,000 Dharma sect. I have a disciple who worked with Little Friend for a period of time. He highly admires Little Friend's ability. 10,000 Dharma sect." Lu Yi instantly reacted. Lu Qing. Back in the broken, peerless continent, one of the team members was from the 10,000 Dharma sect. It was Lu Qing. He could be considered one of the most elite young talents of this generation in the 9 states. He had obtained a good ranking in the Cloud River battle and thought highly of himself. However, after coming into contact with Lu Yi on the peerless continent, he realized that he was a frog at the bottom of a well. After being humiliated, he became brave and worked hard. "He's not bad," Yu Xin said. In ordinary times, Lu Qing is indeed good. In Little Friend's generation, he seems to be a bit of a failure. In comparison, Little Friend has already walked in front of all of his peers, making him unreachable. Although Lu Qing had been cultivating hard these past few years, he was still only at the True Lake realm. On the other hand, Lu Yi was already at the 4th Order Divine Sea Realm. In terms of speed, no other young man of the same age could match him. Of course, Li Tai Bai had appeared in the myriad Demon Ridge. It was said that his cultivation speed could keep up with Lu Yi's. He was also a peerless genius. Yu Xin came to find Lu Yi for no particular purpose. Lu Ye's name was there, although he was still young and only at the 4th Order Divine Sea Realm. No one could underestimate his future. It could be said that in the future, the two heroes of the War Province were destined to bloom with more dazzling light than others. The 9 states would eventually be their world. Therefore, Yu Shan just came to chat with him. No matter how the two camps got along in the future, at least for now, they were friends and not enemies. Lu Yi knew another person from the 10,000 Dharma sect besides Lu Qing, and that was Tofu Ji from the Blood Refining World. Among the several dozen old seniors of the Blue Blood Holy Land, Lu Yi had the most contact with Yu Ji, mainly because he was always caught by her to sell tofu. Lu Yi had benefited a lot from Yu Ji's teachings on how to deal with Dharma cultivators and how to kill Dharma cultivators more effectively. From this point alone, Lu Yi didn't have much malice towards the 10,000 Dharma sect, so he was happy to chat with Yu Xin. However, There was a gap in age between the two, so after a few words, there was no topic to talk about. It was quite awkward. Lu, you tried to find something to talk about. I heard that the 10,000 Dharma sect used to have an extraordinary character, a woman. Yu Shen smiled slightly. Little friend is young, but he is quite knowledgeable. Nowadays, very few people know about that elder of my 10,000 Dharma sect. Speaking of which, the reason why my 10,000 Dharma sect can be ranked as a first-order sect is because of the foundation laid by that elder. Where is that elder now? If we count her age, she should still be alive. Yu Shen shook his head and said, I don't know about that, but it is said that she has been in seclusion for many years. Whether she is alive or dead, only the sect master and a limited number of people are qualified to know. In fact, it is not just my 10,000 Dharma sect. After so many years in the War Province, those top sects have always had monstrous characters who were lucky enough to be born in a certain era. If we count their age, many of them are still alive, but what they pursue is different from us, so they are basically in a life and death situation, hoping to break through that layer of mystery. Lu Yi thought to himself, what a bullshit life and death situation. They have already gone to other realms to sell tofu, and a group of disciples and grand disciples still don't know about it. But he also roughly understood something. People like Yu Ji and Jian Guhong had lived for too long. They had lived less than a few hundred years and more than 1,000 years. It was indeed difficult for the disciples and grand disciples of this era to know about their recent situation. The people of the same era as them were probably all dead. In the eyes of the later generations, these people were all in a life and death situation. So who would dare to rashly disturb them? This led to the situation where the ancestors of the various sects were sent to the blood refining realm, but the sects were kept in the dark. There was no need to tell this to Yu Shen, and it was difficult to gain his trust. But then again, could he use the token Yu Ji gave him to bring a group of reinforcements from the 10,000 Dharma sect to the blood refining realm? The only reinforcements he could pull now were from Tai Mountain. Lu Yi didn't know how many people there would be, but it would certainly not be too many. After all, the distance was long and transmission was inconvenient. He could only choose the best of the best and try to choose some powerful cultivators. If he cooperated with the 10,000 Dharma sect, he could at least bring more people over. 82 Chinese Network. Chapter 1116. Lu Yi did not only have the one token given to him by Yu Ji, he had dozens of others. These seniors came from all over the 9 continents, and were basically all from high-ranking sections. Even if each sect sent out a few people, the power they could gather would not be small. When the time comes, they could form a 9 continents allied army to conquer the blood refining world and wipe out the injustice and darkness. It was just an idea. It wasn't easy to implement it. They had to think about it at length. Time passed slowly as he chatted with Yu Shen, until a certain moment an order was given. The counterattack had begun. The front line of the 9 regions cultivator army had been completely spread out at the edge of the insect race's great mystery realm. There was almost no place left out. Following the order, everyone quickly rushed forward and killed the insect race that they encountered along the way. The true lake stage cultivators only had one mission: to advance in a straight line, eliminate all obstacles along the way. However, the divine ocean stage cultivators' mission was more complicated. They had to constantly advance forward while patrolling a certain area. They had to eliminate the opponents that the true lake stage cultivators found difficult to deal with and minimize casualties. This method of advancement was slightly more troublesome in the early stages. Because the front line was too long, the troops were too scattered. Once the true lake stage cultivators encountered strong insects, it would be difficult to deal with them. If there were no divine ocean stage cultivators to support them in time, there might be casualties. However, there was a benefit to this method of carpet-style advancement, which was that it could annihilate the insectoids in the insectoid race's secret realm. Not many of them would escape the net, and it could reduce the pressure on the cultivators guarding the door. Moreover, as time passed, the front line would shrink rapidly and the troops would become more and more concentrated. In the end, the 9 continents army would gather at the center of the insect race's great secret realm. At that time, it would be the final battle. Lu Yi turned into a stream of light and flew around in the air. He would occasionally kill the insects he encountered. His advancement was smooth and unimpeded. Currently, there were not many insects in the periphery of the insect race's great secret realm. There were also not many strong insects, so it was not difficult to advance. Even for those true lake stage cultivators, they formed small teams with the help of the twin chi connected array disk. Even if they met some divine ocean stage insectoids, as long as they weren't too strong, they would be able to deal with them. Half a day later, Lu Yi suddenly heard a hurried howl from the side. Someone was asking for help. He immediately changed his direction and rushed towards the source of the howl. At the same time, he responded with a long howl. After flying for a short while, he saw a few figures running towards him in a sorry state. He didn't know which camp these cultivators belonged to. Although they had formed a formation with the help of a formation plate, they weren't strong enough and were currently being chased by a divine sea realm insect. Fortunately, although they weren't a match for the insect, they still had the strength to fight back with the help of the formation. When they heard Lu Ye's whistle, they rushed over to join him. The two sides brushed past each other. Lu Yi dashed towards the spirit sea realm insectoid. Before he arrived, he had already slashed out with his saber. Thud, thud, thud. The insectoid's body trembled violently and was stopped in its tracks. The few true lake stage cultivators were rather daring. When they saw Lu Yi make his move, they immediately turned around and tried to assist him from the side. However, there was no room for them to display their skills. They only saw a sharp blade light flash past, and the divine sea realm insectoid that was chasing them was cut into 2. Insectoid blood splattered all over the sky. Lu Yi didn't stop. There was another howl in the distance. He had to hurry over to help and reduce the losses of the cultivator army as much as possible. The few of them were stunned. A true lake stage 5th order cultivator in the team muttered, "That, sir, is only a 4th order divine sea realm cultivator, right? How can his saber be so sharp?" The insectoids chasing them weren't weak. An ordinary 4th order divine sea realm cultivator wouldn't be able to deal with their opponent so cleanly. They would have to fight for a while. This was also the reason why they wanted to help immediately after receiving reinforcements. A 4th order divine sea realm cultivator using a saber, and at such a young age. Only he can do that. The true lake stage 8th order leader said thoughtfully. The others instantly reacted. A person's name was like a tree's shadow. The current Lu Yi was no longer a small character who could only fight in the Spirit Stream realm and Cloud River realm. The insect plague had spread his name throughout the entire 9 regions. He stood at a height that the majority of cultivators in the 9 regions had to look up to. A 4th order divine sea realm cultivation wasn't anything special, but the key was that such a young 4th order divine sea realm cultivator was rare. Moreover, whether it was the twin chi-linked spirit array, the exploration of the insect race's great sealed realm alone, or the special method to refine insect blood, all of these were great contributions. It could be said that he had single-handedly facilitated the joint operation of the 9 regions' cultivator army. He had also increased the overall strength of the army by 30% since ancient times. Who could do such a thing? Just these 2 things alone were enough for the entire 9 regions to owe him a great favor. As the front line continued to advance, the cries for help from the true lake stage cultivators came one after another. Lu Yi rushed to all parts of the front line. Sometimes he killed enemies alone. Sometimes he joined forces with other divine sea realm cultivators. He was invincible. At a certain moment, when he passed by a place, he glanced down and smiled. His figure fell straight down. There was a true lake stage cultivator team fighting with a divine sea realm insect. The insect wasn't weak. The aura it exuded was at the level of a fifth-order divine sea realm cultivator. It was even stronger than Lu Ye's. If it were any other true lake stage cultivator team, they would most likely ask for help when they encountered such an insect. However, this true lake stage cultivator team obviously didn't plan to do so. They were killing the enemy on their own and were about to succeed. When Lu Yi landed, the divine sea realm insect's carapace was about to shatter. Its body was covered in wounds. The team composition was very comprehensive. There was a burly body, cultivator at the front. His vitality was abundant, and he didn't retreat an inch. He attracted most of the insect's attention. There was a weapon cultivator attacking the insect from the side. His movements were like the wind. There was a sword cultivator controlling his flying sword. The sword light was sharp and murderous. There was also a spell cultivator who used exquisite spirit techniques. There was a ghost cultivator who was faintly discernible. After a single attack, he would immediately escape. He wasn't greedy for credit. There was also a gentle-looking woman standing on top of a spider demonic beast. Her bare hands were forming hand seals, activating a mysterious secret technique. The huge spider demonic beast under her looked ferocious, constantly spitting out spider silk and weaving spider webs to restrict the insect's movements. Lu Yi landed on the ugly spider's back. Perhaps because her attention was on the insect, the gentlewoman didn't notice his arrival at all. It wasn't until a hand was placed on her waist that the woman was startled. She urged her spiritual energy, and a black mist suddenly spread out, shrouding herself and Lu Yi in it. Lu Ye's eyebrows twitched, because at this moment a magnificent column of smoke rose from his talent tree. This woman was even more vicious. A strong wind blew. The woman had already turned around and swept her palm over. Her slender, jade-like hand was hiding an extremely terrifying power. However, Lu Yi grabbed her wrist lightly and winked at her. "Why are you so enthusiastic?" The anger on the woman's face slowly disappeared. Her expression was bitter. "Why didn't I poison you to death?" Lu Yi couldn't help but sigh. A poisonous snake's fangs and a wasp's sting. Both are not poisonous, but a woman's heart is the most poisonous. Fortunately, I'm immune to poison. Otherwise, I really would have been poisoned to death by you. Serves you right. Hua Xiai glared at him. Who told you to sneak over here? She looked at Hu Pa. You too. He's bad. Why didn't you remind me? Yi flashed out of Hu Po's body. She pursed her lips and smiled. I forgot. Hua Xiai shook her head helplessly. She turned around and continued to urge her secret technique to fight the enemy together with everyone. At this moment, everyone noticed Lu Ye's arrival. However, because of the insect's entanglement, they couldn't be too distracted for the time being. Lu Yi yelled, "Is there anyone who needs help?" Li Baxin laughed. "Little junior brother, just stand there and watch." Lu Yi was just asking casually. He had no intention of interfering because the battle was almost over. The 6 members of Team D9 were now very strong and had good teamwork. An ordinary true lake stage team might not be able to do anything to such an insect, but Team D9 was more than enough to deal with it. Lu Yi noticed that there were many colorful mushrooms growing on the divine ocean stage insect's body. Moreover, they were growing rapidly. As the mushrooms grew, the insect's aura also weakened correspondingly. This was obviously Hua Xi's doing. Lu Yi couldn't help but be curious. The last time I saw you, you summoned a big toad. How did it become a spider this time? When did you switch to beast taming? Hua Xiai urged her secret technique while saying, "It's not beast taming. This is my 5 poison envoy. It can grow with my strength." 5 poison envoy? Lu Yi raised his eyebrows. So there are 3 others? Do you want to see? Hua Xiai asked. Lu Yi rejected decisively. No need. It was one thing for such a gentlewoman to cultivate poison, but now she had 5 poison envoys. Each of them looked ferocious and ugly. The inheritance Hua Si obtained from the Spirit Stream battlefield was very strange, but it was undeniable that this inheritance was indeed impressive. Up until now, Lu Yi had never encountered such a strange inheritance. Moreover, she had the ability to plant mushrooms. She could weaken the enemy's strength without anyone noticing and slowly turn the tide of a battle into a fatal one. Team D9's battle went so smoothly because of their individual strength and teamwork. Hua Si's contribution was also not small. After a while, the divine ocean stage insect's aura weakened and showed signs of being poisoned. Team D9 was dealing with it more easily. Another whistling sound came from afar. Lu Yi turned to look. Hua Si understood. Go. Be careful. Don't try to be brave. Only then did Lu Yi retract his hand from her waist. After Yi returned to Hupo's body, he leaped up and headed straight for the source of the whistling sound. Hurried encounters and short meetings were common on the path of cultivation, especially when the gap in strength widened. It was often difficult to work together. 82 Chinese Network. Chapter 1117. The advance of the 9 States Army was not hindered by many obstacles, and this was due to the overall quality of the cultivators of the 9 states. They were all true lake stage cultivators, and to cultivate to this stage, which one of them didn't have a path filled with bloodshed? The environment of the 9 continents was not stable, and cultivators from the Spirit Stream stage had to enter the Spirit Stream battlefield to fight against the enemy. It was still the same when they reached the Cloud River realm. Later on, they joined the state guards and fought against others, the heavens and themselves. Only after experiencing many dangers could they achieve their current achievements. It could be said that each of them had rich combat experience, and the insect disaster had lasted for several years. Everyone knew what kind of insect race had what kind of attack methods, so it was not difficult to deal with it now. However, it was inevitable that there would be some deaths and injuries. This was unavoidable. Whether it was because of audacity, greed, or lack of support from nearby Spirit Sea Realm cultivators, there would always be some reason that led to death. However, compared to the overall size of the 9 States Army, these casualties were nothing. Insect corpses could be seen lying on the ground in the periphery of the insect race's great mystic realm, and the unique color of insect blood dyed the ground green. After Lu Yi completed his reinforcement once again, he raised his head and looked into the distance. There, a huge and ferocious figure stood on the ground, and it was at least 300 meters tall. This giant insect was in existence stronger than the giant insect. No one knew how strong it was because no one had come into contact with it so far. However, from its power, it was definitely comparable to a 9th Order Divine Sea Realm cultivator. Coupled with its huge body, it was obviously not to be trifled with. However, at this moment, several figures were provoking this giant insect. Under Lu Ye's observation, he saw several streams of light crisscrossing around the giant insect, and powerful spiritual energy, fluctuations constantly emanated from them. 2 of the figures were very familiar, and they were the Sect Master and Longbow. However, Pang Zhen, Su Xiu, and Mu Suifeng were nowhere to be seen. It seemed that they had other missions. The ones in charge of dealing with this giant insect were the 9th Order Divine Sea Realm cultivators, led by Longbow and the Sect Master. When one's cultivation had reached their level, it could be said that they had already reached the end of the road. Moreover, they had sufficient time to settle down. So the killer moves they executed were all exquisite and peerless in might. What's more, their teamwork was extremely skillful. Although the giant insect wasn't weak, it was too large and clumsy, so the several 9th Order Divine Sea Realm Masters only needed to test it a little before they realized it was a bit flashy. It wasn't difficult to deal with it. The only problem was that the opponent's defensive power was astonishing, so they needed to use more powerful methods to deal with it. This allowed them to relax. Ever since they entered the insect tribe's great secret realm, they had been worried about these giant insects. After all, no one knew what they were capable of. However, after learning a little about them, they realized that their worries were unnecessary. Therefore, they cooperated with each other and used various methods to continuously weaken the giant insect's defense. Moreover, everyone had a tacit understanding to attack the same area so that they could achieve a more effective attack. They had been fighting for a while now, and cracks had begun to appear on the carapace around the giant insect's neck. It seemed that it wouldn't last much longer. The opportunity was fleeting. Just as Longbow was about to use his methods to deal a ruthless blow to this early worm, a figure suddenly appeared above Shernaw's head. A series of urgent crackling sounds came out from the secluded area. First, a 10-meter-tall scarlet figure appeared in everyone's field of vision. This figure appeared so suddenly that Longbow and the others didn't notice it, and neither did the giant insect. That was until the 10-meter-tall scarlet figure raised an exaggeratedly shaped saber. Spirit energy surged, and the saber suddenly ignited with a raging flame. Aiming at the giant insect's neck, the saber viciously slashed down. The carapace around the giant insect's neck was already on the verge of shattering. So how could it resist this slash? The saber only paused for a moment before it smoothly cut through the giant insect's head. The giant insect's head fell to the ground and blood spurted out. Longbow, who had rushed to the front, had blood all over his face. He cursed angrily and wiped his face. When he opened his eyes again, he saw a familiar figure quickly disappearing into the distance. It was as if he had brushed off his clothes and left, hiding his achievements and fame. It was embarrassing to have one's foot cut off halfway. He recognized who the guy who sneaked into the battlefield was at a glance. That ferocious aura and that iconic armor, who else could it be other than that kid from the Blue Blood sect? It was too much to blatantly steal credit under the eyes of the elders. Headmaster Yun Dan Fengqing. The child has grown up, I can't control him. Longbow felt helpless. What else could he say? Did the young man steal it? Xiao Biao grasped the opportunity. At this time, Lu Yi was already 10 miles away. He didn't intend to steal any credit, but simply wanted to feel the power of the giant insect up close. When he saw the opportunity, he couldn't help but make a move. In order to kill in one blow, he even took out the Dragon Emperor. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. 3 days after the 9 Regions' army's front line advanced, there were some unexpected changes on the battlefield. When Lu Yi received the message and rushed to a gathering place, there were already many cultivators gathered there. There were more than 10 Spirit Sea Realm cultivators, and there were at least a few hundred true Lake Realm cultivators. Moreover, there were constantly nearby cultivators who received the message and rushed over. There was an acquaintance among the Spirit Sea Realm cultivators. It was Nianyu Immortal. Her cultivation was the highest here, so she was naturally the leader. Lu Yi stepped forward and asked, Senior Sister Nian, what's the situation now? Nianyu Immortal said, There is an insect nest in front, but there are a large number of insects gathered near the nest, so we need to gather people. There were too many insectoids gathered there. It wasn't something that a team of divine ocean stage cultivators or true lake stage cultivators could deal with. Looking at the current situation, they could only gather the nearby cultivators and combine them into a single force. Only then could they succeed. This was also the first insect nest they encountered in this direction. Lu Yi pondered for a moment. I'll go take a look. As he said that, he leaped up and went deeper into the nest. Although he had explored the insect race's great secret realm before, he was alone the last time and did not dare to expose himself. Therefore, he only circled around the edge of this world. He really did not know what the situation inside the insect race's great secret realm was like. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win 100 battles. Right now, everyone was going through a war, so naturally they had to prioritize gathering information. As they flew forward, the strange thing was that they did not encounter a single insectoid along the way. This was very rare. After flying for dozens of miles, they finally saw an insectoid hive in front of them. Near the hive, large groups of insectoids were gathered. The insectoids were gathered around the periphery of the hive like a well-trained army, waiting for the right moment. After going a little deeper, Lu Yi spread out his spiritual will to investigate the situation at the insect nest. Under normal circumstances, at such a distance, the fluctuation of spirit energy from Lu Ye's body should have attracted the attention of the insects. However, Lu Yi found that although there were some signs of disturbance, none of the insects took the initiative to attack. They all stayed where they were. Lu Yi could not help but frown. This situation was very strange. One must know that the insects did not have much intelligence and acted based on instinct. This was not only true for the weak insects, but also for the spirit sea realm insects. A large number of insectoids gathered outside the hive, forming a seemingly impregnable defense. This phenomenon was a little strange. However, if protecting the nest was the insect race's instinct and they were attracted by the spirit energy fluctuations, it made sense. After investigating the situation for a bit and gaining a certain understanding of the insectoid strength, Lu Yi returned. There were more cultivators gathered here. Nian Yuxian was not a person who liked to give orders. For so many years, she had been guarding a mountain pass alone without a single soldier under her command. Only Lu Yi had been under her command for a period of time when he went to Ash Flame Mountain Pass. But now she had the highest cultivation, so everyone naturally followed her lead. She had no choice but to take the lead and assign tasks to the gathered Spirit Sea Realm cultivators. Fortunately, there was no need to play any tricks. It was simple to split up and go straight ahead. After another half an hour, there were already 20 Spirit Sea Realm cultivators gathered here and over 1,000 true Lake Realm cultivators. Such a force was enough to take down the insect nest ahead. Therefore, under Nian Yuxian's order, all the cultivators and soldiers split into 3 groups and rushed towards the insect nest ahead. Lu Ye's position was on the left, and there were other cultivators with him. There were several Spirit Sea Realm cultivators with uneven cultivations. The lowest was only a second-order Spirit Sea Realm cultivator, and the highest was a 7th-order Spirit Sea Realm cultivator. Lu Yi was only a 4th-order Spirit Sea Realm cultivator. However, even if their cultivations were higher than his, no one would underestimate him. The image of Lu Yi wearing the dragon throne and slaughtering outside the door was too deeply ingrained in everyone's mind. Now, almost all the Spirit Sea Realm cultivators in the War Province knew that Lu Ye's strength could not be judged by his realm alone. He was a fierce person who could kill enemies from the Spirit Stream realm all the way to the Spirit Sea realm. This alone was something that 99% of the geniuses in the history of the 9 provinces could not achieve. The 3 groups of forces continued to push forward. Gradually, the insect nest came into view. Then, the insect race gathered outside the nest could be clearly seen. The cultivators secretly urged their spirit chi and prepared for a great battle. The armament and body cultivators were in front, the ghost cultivators were behind, and the Dharma cultivators were at the back. They could clearly see that as the 3 groups of forces approached, there were obvious signs of the insect race outside the insect nest. However, all the insects did not make a move and were still guarding their nest like stars around the moon. Nian Yuxian's flying sword flew out. When the sword hummed, an overwhelming number of spirit techniques blasted towards the insect swarm. At the same time, the insect race's counterattack came one after another. Although most of the insect race did not have long-range attacks, there were still a small number of them who had this ability. Their attacks were not spirit techniques, but more like the display of their own abilities. 82 Chinese Network. Chapter 1118. For example, Some insectoids that looked like spiders could spit out spider silk, which was extremely sticky. Once a cultivator came into contact with it, it would be very hard to get rid of it. Some porcupine-like insectoids could shoot out sharp spikes from their backs, which were extremely powerful. To a certain extent, the insect clan and the demon beasts had some similarities. Both of them had many surprising similarities, but all of the insect clan had one obvious characteristic, which was that their bodies were covered with a kind of solid shell. This was something that most demon beasts did not have. Therefore, even though the insectoids had low intelligence, they could still pose a threat to cultivators if they were not careful. Under the attacks of the cultivator army and the insectoids suffered heavy casualties. Compared to the cultivator army's various attacking methods, the insectoids' methods were much weaker. How could they gain any advantage in such an attack? After a round of attacks, countless insectoids were killed. Other than a few true lake-stage cultivators who were not careful enough and were injured, the rest were unharmed, as if they realized that if this continued, they would be completely wiped out. The insectoids guarding the periphery of the insectoid nest could no longer hold back and charged forward against the cultivators' attacks. Most of the insectoids were killed along the way. The few that managed to charge to the front could not do much. The cultivators at the front of the army were not to be trifled with. From the left, middle, and right, 20 cultivators of the divine sea stage attacked together. Using all sorts of methods, the insectoid corpses piled up into mountains. The thought moon immortal's flying sword whizzed back and forth. At times, it would turn into a sword dragon. At other times, it would condense into a slash. Even those insectoids at the level of giant insectoids could not withstand her flying swords. The three armies continued to advance, neither too fast nor too slow, steadily clearing out the insect race in sight. This battle only lasted for less than an hour before it came to an end. Naturally, the cultivators had achieved a complete victory. As far as the eye could see, there were insectoid corpses everywhere. Even the insectoid nest on the ground had become tattered. Although the insectoids on the ground had been cleared out under the detection of spiritual will, they could still clearly sense that there were many insectoids hidden deep underground. These insectoids were obviously hiding inside the insectoid nest. An insectoid nest was not just the part on the surface. That was only a small part of the nest. The true magnificence of the insectoid nest was the part hidden underground. The part that could not be seen was the main body of the insectoid nest. During the battle, just now, many of the insectoids had retreated into their hives and disappeared without a trace. Right now, it was clear that they were hiding inside. Now that the visible enemies had been dealt with, they naturally had to deal with the invisible ones as well. Only then would they be able to do their best. Many divine sea realm cultivators gathered around the thought moon immortal. She made some simple arrangements and went deep into the worm's nest. 20 spiritual ocean stage cultivators rushed in one after another, followed by groups of true lake stage cultivators. As soon as he entered the nest, a dark and cold aura assaulted his senses. There was also an extremely unpleasant smell. Lu Yi had experience entering the depths of an insectoid nest before. Whether it was the spirit stream battlefield or the realm of beasts, they were both considered to have entered the depths of an insectoid nest. However, the insectoid nests they had encountered on those two occasions were on a completely different level compared to this one. Using his divine telekinesis, he could sense that the tunnels inside the hive extended in all directions and had many forks. Many insectoids were hiding in these forks, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Even if it was the spiritual will of the spirit sea realm, there was no way to clearly explore the path underground. Coupled with the limitations of the terrain, there was only one way to exterminate the Zergs underground. Let's split up. As the paths diverged, in less than half a cup of tea's time, Lu Yi was all alone. As he moved forward, he searched for and killed insectoids. Lu Yi had no idea how deep he had gone. However, with his divine sense, He could sense the auras of human cultivators nearby. From time to time, battles would break out and spiritual energy would surge. A carpet search like this would undoubtedly consume a lot of time. But in order to ensure that not too many fish escaped the net, this was the only way. At the very least, they had to destroy the insectoid nest, or it would continue to hatch new insectoids. Half an hour later, while Lu Yi was still searching, a divine sense suddenly appeared from a certain direction. Someone found the core of the hive. Lu Yi immediately changed his direction and rushed towards the source of the divine sense, passing through countless forks along the way. During the journey, violent spiritual energy fluctuations came from that direction. Clearly, the divine sea realm cultivators were fighting with the insectoids. By the time Lu Yi finally arrived, the battle was already about to end. This was a huge chamber. The walls and ground were covered with fleshy walls. Entering this place was like entering the stomach of some creature. On the fleshy walls, there were sarcoma-like things of various sizes. Inside those sarcomas were incubating insectoids. The core of the insectoid hive was guarded by insectoid guards all year round. These guards were usually the strongest existences in the entire insectoid swarm, and every single one of them was at the level of a large insectoid. They were born to guard the core, and they would not leave even if they died. There seemed to be a lot of them, but with the cooperation of many divine sea realm cultivators, they were still killed until rivers of blood flowed. Thought Moon Immortal had arrived long ago. Her flying sword swept back and forth, sweeping everything in its path. Lu Yi hurriedly joined the battle. In a short while, all the insectoid guards were killed. Among the divine sea realm cultivators who rushed here, several were injured. Fortunately, their injuries were not serious. The main reason was that this kind of environment was a bit cramped for divine sea realm cultivators, making it difficult for them to display their skills. At the center of the chamber stood a huge sarcomas. This was the core of the entire hive. There were life nuclei inside, which were also the energy source for the insectoid's incubation. Thought Moon Immortal stepped forward and cut open the sarcomas, taking out all the life nuclei. This could be considered as cutting off the energy source of the hive. Even if they left it alone, it would not be able to incubate any more insectoids. Of course, it would be best to destroy the entire chamber. Only then would it be considered as cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots. This task fell on Lu Yi and another divine sea realm cultivator. Both of them had fire attribute spiritual energy, so they were the most suitable for this kind of job. After a while, when everyone left the chamber, Lu Yi and the cultivator used their own methods. Raging flames burned, and a pungent smell quickly spread. Thought Moon Immortal's divine sense fluctuated as she sent out a message. All the cultivators, still underground, retreated along the original path. Then they regrouped and continued to advance. The advance of the 9 states cultivator army did not encounter too many twists and turns. The 9th Order Divine Sea Realm cultivators worked together to deal with the giant insects they encountered in advance. The insectoid hives they encountered were also uprooted. The trend of the war was that the human race was showing a crushing advantage. This was undoubtedly what everyone wanted, and it was also reasonable. With the massive size of the 9 states cultivators, no less than 80% of their elites had rushed into the insect race's great mystic realm. If they could not easily deal with the problem, it would be troublesome. The speed of their advance was getting faster and faster. The main reason was that as they advanced, the army line surrounding the entire insect race's great mystic realm became shorter and shorter, and the cultivator's strength became more and more concentrated. With more people, killing the enemy naturally became more convenient. Half a month later, since the start of the 3rd stage of the counterattack on the insect race's great mystic realm, teams of varying numbers had arrived at the center of the insect race's great mystic realm. At this point, everyone stopped. More teams gathered and stopped at the same time. Another day later, The 9 States Army had formed an encirclement around the center of the insect race's great mystic realm. At this point, the 9 cultivator armies had officially joined forces. This also meant that they had carried out a carpet cleansing of the entire insect race's great mystic realm. In the past half a month, the number of insects killed was uncountable. Even dozens of giant insects were killed. Over 100 insectoid nests were uprooted. At this point in the war, victory was in sight, but it was not over yet. That was because there was still a giant insectoid hive standing at the center of the insect race's great mystic realm. It was much larger than the insectoid hives everyone had seen along the way. If the insectoid hives they had seen before were thatched huts, then this insectoid hive was a magnificent palace. There was no comparison between the two. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, it would be hard to imagine that an insectoid hive could give off a magnificent feeling. But that was the case. Although the size of the insectoid hive did not mean that the insect race was strong. Everyone realized that there were probably many giant insectoids hidden under this hive. This was the last checkpoint in their counterattack on the insect race's great mystic realm. As long as they removed this insectoid hive, it would mean a complete victory for the 9 States Army. Since they had come this far, they naturally had to do it perfectly. The area outside the insectoid hive was empty, and not a single insect could be seen. The leaders of the 9 great mystic realms had gathered to discuss their next countermeasures. They needed to consider how to remove this insectoid hive more effectively and how to reduce their casualties as much as possible. On the Force Prefecture's front line, Lu Yi and Team D9 gathered together. They looked at the giant insectoid hive together and were amazed. Li Baxian said, "With such a big insectoid hive, there should be a lot of insects inside." "Who knows? We'll only be able to see it if we kill our way in." Lu Yi shook his head. It was strange. When he encountered the insectoid hives earlier, he could more or less sense some hidden auras of the insect race with his spiritual will. However, in front of this last insectoid hive, his spiritual will sensed that it was empty. There were no traces of living beings, as if there were no insects underground. Of course, it could also be that the insect race was hiding too deeply. With this insectoid hive removed, this counterattack can be considered a perfect end. "What's your plan next, junior brother?" "Work hard on cultivation," Lu Yi replied casually. However, he had a vague feeling that the day he returned to the blood refinement realm was not too far away. Although there were no clear signs and there was no call from heaven, it was a kind of intuition. Therefore, he still had a lot to do. He had to think carefully about whether he should use the tokens given by the old seniors to rope in more experts. However, before that, he had to figure out one thing. How many people could he bring back to the blood refinement realm this time? Chapter 1119. Teleportation consumed energy, and the amount of energy consumed depended on 2 factors: distance and size. The further the distance, the larger the size and the more energy consumed. Take Lu Yi himself, for example. He was now in the Divine Ocean tier, so the amount of energy he needed to activate the teleportation array was many times greater than when he was in the Cloud River tier. Because his cultivation base had increased from the Cloud River tier to the Divine Ocean tier, the increase in strength was also a change in size, so the amount of energy consumed was naturally incomparable. The distance between the 9 states and the blood refining realm was vast, so the amount of energy needed to teleport was enormous. This was also the reason why Dao 13 had stayed behind when he returned to the 9 states last time. Back then, he, Ingwuji, and the others were teleported to the broken, peerless continent by Tianji. However, the peerless continent should not have been too far from the 9 states, because not long after they solved the problem of the peerless continent, the broken peerless continent merged with the Cloud River battlefield and became a part of the Cloud River battlefield. Moreover, at that time, everyone was only in the Cloud River tier, so their energy consumption was not too great. Thus, Tianji could easily send them over. However, if Lu Yi wanted to bring reinforcements to the blood refining realm this time, They would have to be in the divine ocean tier, and the higher the tier, the better. The energy consumption would be immeasurable. He did not want to spend so much effort to get a large group of helpers, only to find that Tianji could only teleport a limited number of people. That would be a waste of effort. However, Lu Yi did not know how to determine how many people he could bring over. He could not ask anyone about this. He could only hope that Tianji would give him some inspiration at the right time. Cultivation requires hard work, but you can't let down a beauty. Li Baxian lowered his voice and glanced in Hua Xi's direction. Junior martial sister Hua Xi is a good woman. Junior martial brother still has to take action when needed. Speaking of love, Lu Yi could not help but look at Li Baxian with a complicated expression. Should he inform fourth senior brother in advance and tell him that eldest senior brother was still alive? Otherwise, the seniority would be a bit messy in the future. What's on my face? Li Baxian touched his face. Lu Yi shook his head. Nothing, I just thought of something. It was better not to talk about it for the time being. Furthermore, this matter was not something that an outsider could interfere with. Everything would be fine when it came to it. He believed that eldest senior brother would not be unreasonable. Moreover, based on the current situation, eldest sister-in-law seemed to be letting Li Baxian do as she pleased. Otherwise, she wouldn't have let Feng Yu stay by Li Baxian's side. As a mother, Feng Yu wasn't worried, so why should she be worried? While they were talking, the sect masters of the 9 states had already agreed on a specific location. Then a vigorous voice called out, "All 9th Order cultivators, gather here!" Clearly, they were gathering the strongest cultivators to form an elite force. The environment inside the insect nest was not suitable for large numbers of people to enter. Under such circumstances, sending out the best people to deal with the situation was the best choice. In an instant, figures from the 9 armies flew over, each with an astonishing aura. Soon, more than 200 people had gathered. Although 9th Order Divine Sea Realm cultivators were not elusive, it was still not easy for ordinary cultivators to meet them. But at this moment, there were more than 200 people gathered here. It could be said that, except for a few 9th Order cultivators who stayed behind to guard the 9 states, the rest were all here. This was also the strongest group of cultivators in the entire 9 states. After a short exchange, over 200 silhouettes disappeared into the hive. In this final battle, not to mention Lu Yi, a 4th Order Divine Sea Realm cultivator, was not qualified to participate. Even those 8th Order cultivators could only wait. It was not bad. After a month of fighting, the cultivators were actually very tired. Taking advantage of this opportunity to rest and wait for the 9th Order cultivators to solve the final problem before returning to the capital. After this, the insect plague would be eliminated, and it would not be long before the 9 states would recover. The next problem that the cultivators had to face was very practical. After this in-depth cooperation between the 2 camps, how should they establish their positions in the future? Should they continue the endless confrontation from before? Or should they stop fighting and make peace with each other? This was probably unrealistic because cultivators needed all kinds of resources to cultivate, and resources had to be earned or snatched. Therefore, a cultivator's life was destined to be full of battles and disputes. With such a large number of cultivators in the 9 states, everyone had their own pursuits and grievances. Wanting them to coexist peacefully was a fantasy. However, these were issues that the higher-ups of the 2 camps needed to consider. If one's status and strength did not reach that level, it was meaningless to consider these issues. Time passed, and after more than 2 hours, an extremely faint spirit energy fluctuation came from the depths of the ground. It was so faint that only the divine sense of a divine sea realm cultivator could sense it. Lu Yi knew that the final battle between the human race and the insect race had broken out. The location of the battlefield should be very deep, so the movement on the surface was not big. Although the aftermath of the battle was faint, it was very chaotic. After all, with so many 9th Order Divine Sea Realm cultivators deep inside. The battle must be very intense. Everyone thought that this was a battle without much suspense. The 9 states had dispatched more than 200 of their most elite cultivators. But as time passed, more and more people felt that something was wrong. More and more people felt that something was wrong. Because from the beginning of the battle, there was no sign of it stopping. Under their perception, there were always extremely faint battle aftershocks coming from the depths of the ground. This undoubtedly meant that the battle was very intense. 1 day passed, 2 days passed, 3 days passed, the battle was still going on. Finally, someone could not hold back and sent a message to the 9th Order Divine Sea Realm cultivators of their own sect to inquire. The response they received was shocking. The situation of the battle was not as unstoppable as the 9 states cultivators had imagined. They had entered an extremely anxious state. It could even be said that the situation was extremely unfavorable for the 9 states cultivators because the opponents they had encountered this time were too strange. They were so strange that even 9th Order cultivators could not cause any substantial damage to them. The most important thing was that all the cultivators who had gone deep underground were trapped, and there were even some casualties. Those were 9th Order cultivators, and the death of any one of them was a great loss. If this happened to any sect, it would definitely be a disaster. When the news spread, the cultivator army was in an uproar. An atmosphere of fear and uneasiness enveloped the entire army. One had to know that the ones who had gone deep into the insect nest this time were the top powerhouses of the 9 states. If something happened to them, it would definitely be an unprecedented blow to the cultivation world of the 9 states. It was not to the extent that there would be a gap in the inheritance. If the 9th Order died, there would still be 8th Order and 7th Order cultivators. However, if this group of people was really wiped out, the vitality of the 9 states cultivation world would not recover for several decades. After all, not every spirit sea realm cultivator could break through to the 9th Order. In the vast 9 regions, there were only a few 9th Order cultivators alive. This was because in the 9 regions, the higher the spirit sea realm was, the more difficult it was to break through. Especially after the 7th Order, it could be said that every spirit sea realm cultivator had a heavenly chasm. It was not something that could be smoothly broken through with enough accumulation. Lu Yi hadn't reached that level yet, so he couldn't feel it, but generally after reaching the 7th Order, cultivators could clearly feel that there was an invisible force suppressing the growth of their strength, but so far no one had been able to figure out what kind of force it was. Therefore, in the environment of the 9 states, every cultivator who could break through to the 9th Order was a giant among men. News of the battle in the insect nest spread quickly. Cultivators below the spirit sea realm were helpless in the face of such a situation. All they could do was wait. The divine sea realm cultivators were also divided into 2 factions. One faction wanted to send people to support the 9th Order cultivators. At the very least, they wanted to rescue them. Most of the people who supported this idea were sect cultivators who had lost their divine sea realm cultivators. The other faction wanted to wait and see. If even the 9th Order cultivators could not solve the problem, then it would be pointless for others to enter the insect nest. For the first time, the 9 states army, which had been united for a month, showed signs of division. Cultivators were also human and had their own shortcomings. When things were going well, everything would be fine, but once there was a setback, there would be all kinds of different opinions and persistence. It could not be said that one side was wrong. Everyone had their own judgment and reason. This kind of debate was not a confrontation between 2 camps. Even if they were from the same camp, there would be different opinions. But everyone knew that they had to come up with a solution as soon as possible. While they were arguing, the 9th Order cultivators were still struggling below. No one knew how long they could last. "We can't go," a spirit sea realm cultivator said loudly. If they felt that it was necessary to support them, they would have taken the initiative to send a message. There are more than 200 of them, but not a single one has sent a message for help. It means that the situation below is not as simple as we think. They must also think that support is useless. If we rashly go in, it will only add to the casualties, so we must not go. This is very reasonable and has received the support of many people. Moreover, the situation has not reached that point yet. Those fellow cultivators may have a chance to kill their way out. If we rashly go to support them, we will only add to the chaos. More people fell into contemplation. But soon, someone refuted, and there was a lot of noise. At the place where the cultivators of the war province gathered, Lu Yi tapped on the battlefield mark. He wanted to send a message to the sect master or the missing moon immortal to ask about the situation, but he was afraid that it would distract them. In the end, he gave up on the idea of sending a message. He stood up and rushed straight to the insect nest. He would know what was happening below after seeing it with his own eyes. No matter what choice others made, he had already made a decision. If the sect master and senior Sister Nian were really in a disadvantageous situation, then he would naturally go to support them. It was impossible for him to sit back and do nothing. If the situation was not as bad as he imagined, he was confident that with his own strength, he would not become a burden to the two of them. 82 Chinese Network. Chapter 1120. As soon as Lu Yi moved, he immediately attracted the attention of many spirit sea realm cultivators. Soon, some of them followed him silently. More and more people gathered. Those spirit sea realm cultivators who insisted on observing the situation didn't stop them. They could express their opinions and stand by their own judgment, but they wouldn't rashly interfere with others' actions. This was the principle of living in this world. Lu Yi didn't care about the people following behind him. To him, it didn't matter even if he was alone. After rushing into the insect nest, he immediately found a passage and rushed straight down. As soon as he entered the insect nest, he noticed that something was wrong. This hive was fundamentally different from the hives he had encountered before. The passages inside the insect nests he had encountered before were just simple insect tunnels. They were tunnels opened up underground by the insect race to make it convenient for them to enter and exit. However, the insect tunnel here was surrounded by a layer of meat walls. Meat walls were usually only seen in the core of an insect nest and were not present in the insect tunnels. However, the insect tunnel in this insect nest was actually covered with meat walls, which was somewhat unusual. As he rushed, he pulled out the mountain coiling saber and dragged it along. The sharp blade cut open the meat walls, and immediately a fishy smell spread out. Lu Yi checked his talent tree and found nothing abnormal. This meant that the smell was simply unpleasant and not poisonous. There was also nothing leaking out from the meat walls. It was no different from the meat walls Lu Yi had seen in the core of the insect nests before. He continued to go deeper, with a large number of cultivators following behind him. Along the way, there were no traces of battle, nor did they encounter any insect race. It's different from the other hives. It's inside the other hives. It was necessary to go deeper, but here there was no obstruction. However, Lu Yi felt uneasy in his heart. After all, if things had gone so smoothly, the Ninth Order cultivators would have solved the problem long ago. So far, Lu Yi still didn't know what kind of enemy they had encountered. After a few dozen breaths, a sudden change occurred. The meat walls around suddenly squirmed rapidly and then expanded. In the blink of an eye, the entire insect tunnel was filled. Lu Yi felt that he was wrapped in a piece of rotten meat in an instant. His mouth and nose were filled with a fishy smell, and there was a soft and sticky feeling all around him. Exclamations sounded. He wasn't the only one who was trapped in the wall of flesh. All of the cultivators following behind him were also caught in the same situation. In a split second, the violent spiritual energy fluctuated chaotically. Everyone was trying their best to break free from the shackles of the meat wall. Lu Yi pulled out his saber with great difficulty. As his spiritual power surged, he used the third move of the tyrant saber. Lotus Sunday dazzling light bloomed, and the incomparably sharp saber light exploded like a blooming lotus. With him as the center, the saber light cut through the void. The feeling of being bound instantly disappeared, and a huge hole was immediately cleared out in the wall of flesh surrounding him. However, as soon as he escaped, before he could do anything else, the empty hole was once again filled up by the squirming flesh wall, and the feeling of being squeezed and restrained came from all directions again. The restraining force was very strong. It felt as if someone was holding him in the palm of his hand. Even his breathing became difficult. Cultivators below the Spirit Sea realm would probably explode under such a restrictive force. Even Spirit Sea realm cultivators would be in trouble if their cultivation was low and their physique wasn't strong enough. Lu Yi could feel the sounds of several lives withering behind him, mixed with a few short screams. Someone had already met with misfortune. This was truly a failure. They were supposed to support the Ninth Order Realm Masters who were fighting, but as soon as they entered the insect nest, they had already suffered losses. Lu Yi was fine for the time being, but he could clearly feel that the restraining force around him was getting stronger and stronger. If he didn't find a way to get rid of the meat wall, sooner or later, he wouldn't be able to bear it. In fact, in the face of such a crisis, the best way to deal with it was to summon the Dragon Throne, but he was completely wrapped in the meat wall at the moment, so there was no space for it. Moreover, the tunnel under the insect nest wasn't very wide, so it wouldn't be easy to use the Dragon Throne. Retreat! Retreat! Someone shouted from behind. After just a short contact, everyone realized the seriousness of the problem. It wasn't too difficult to destroy the meat wall surrounding them. After all, everyone was in the Spirit Sea realm, so their methods were quite sharp. But the key was that this thing was growing too fast. Even if it was destroyed, it would regrow in an instant and continue to wrap people up. In such a situation, not to mention reinforcements, even self-preservation would become a problem in the long run. So if they wanted to survive, they had to retreat quickly. Lu Yi didn't retreat. Not only did he not retreat, but he also moved forward. But even the power of the third style of the Tyrant Saber could only buy him a breath of time. After that, he would be wrapped up by the meat wall again. At this moment, he was thinking about a question in his heart. When the sect master and the others entered, did they encounter such a thing? They shouldn't have, otherwise they would have already informed the people outside. When the sect master and the others came, they didn't encounter such an attack, but he and the others did. This kind of differential treatment was obviously not an instinct of the insect nest, but rather a consciousness controlling it. This consciousness obviously didn't want anyone to come and disturb the situation, so it wanted to make them retreat. This was also the reason why Lu Yi advanced instead of retreating. No matter what this consciousness was, if it wanted him to retreat, he had to advance. At this time, only by singing a different tune would he have a chance to succeed. However, there was one thing worth rejoicing over. The reinforcements didn't go too far before the meat wall reacted. If they really went too deep, they might not even have room to retreat. At that time, they would inevitably suffer heavy casualties. Was this consciousness merciful? Obviously not. There was only one explanation for such a situation. The consciousness didn't dare to use the meat wall to bind too many cultivators, so it launched an attack when the reinforcements didn't go too far. Why was this happening? Lu Yi felt that if he could figure out this problem, it would be very helpful for his next operation. He spread out his spiritual force and monitored his surroundings. At the same time, he kept waving his saber and trudging forward with difficulty. In this constant confrontation with the meat wall, Lu Yi discovered one thing, which was the flow of vitality. Cultivators were very sensitive to vitality, especially Lu Yi, who had refined a drop of sacred blood in the blood refinement realm's blood river. After receiving the blood race's inheritance, his perception of vitality was much more sensitive than ordinary cultivators. This was because many of the blood race's blood techniques were basically performed based on their own vitality, especially the blood refinement technique. The meat wall could quickly regenerate after being destroyed. This was obviously replenished by vitality. In other words, he was constantly destroying the meat wall to consume the vitality contained in the insect nest. He came to a sudden realization. No wonder the consciousness didn't want too many cultivators to enter. Every cultivator's destruction of the meat wall was a consumption of vitality. The sect master and the others were fighting with an unknown enemy in the depths of the insect nest. They would definitely cause a great deal of damage to the meat wall, which required vitality to replenish. The consciousness was able to cause the most elite group in the 9 states to fall into a predicament. It was most likely relying on its vast and endless vitality, so it didn't want to waste its vitality on other cultivators. This was why they retreated. Lu Yi vaguely felt that he had grasped a key point. Vitality might be the deciding factor in this battle. While he was trudging forward in the insect nest's tunnel, many cultivators gathered outside the insect nest. Many of them had a lingering look on their faces. After cultivating for so many years, none of them had encountered such a strange scene. If they hadn't retreated quickly, they would have been completely wiped out. Even so, several people died in the tunnel. "Did they all come out?" someone asked. "There's still someone inside." The situation was very obvious because there were fluctuations of spiritual power coming from inside. Everyone looked around and immediately understood who was still in the passageway. Blue blood sect's Lu Yi. The reason why they were able to judge so quickly was naturally because Lu Yi was the one leading the group, leaving a deep impression on them. Everyone who was still alive had already retreated, but he was the only one missing. Where he was, the situation was already very clear. Does he not want to retreat? Under everyone's perception, they didn't feel that Lu Yi had any intention of retreating. Instead, he was slowly moving forward. It was inevitable that people would sigh in admiration at the boldness of such a skilled individual. However, such a reckless move obviously wouldn't have a good end. Even if he really succeeded, how much help could he provide to those Ninth Order cultivators on his own? For a moment, everyone was anxious. They had planned to go deep into the insect nest to provide support. But now they couldn't, which was really embarrassing. Inside the insect nest tunnel, Lu Yi stopped what he was doing. He couldn't go on like this. He didn't know how deep the sect master and the others were, and with his current speed, how long would it take him to reach them? Moreover, doing this would consume a lot of his spiritual power. Before he could reach them, he would probably die of exhaustion. He had to think of another way. As soon as he stopped, the surrounding meat walls quickly wrapped around him, as if they wanted to swallow him completely. Lu Ye's heart sank. Let's see who would be able to swallow who. If his previous speculation was correct, then even if he didn't rush to the battlefield where the sect master and the others were, he could still play a role. Letting the meat walls wrap around him, Lu Yi urged the power of his talent tree. In an instant, roots invisible to the naked eye emerged from the surface of his body and pierced into the meat walls. At this moment, Lu Yiming opened his eyes because he could clearly feel the surging vitality contained within the flesh wall. Looking at the current 9 provinces, the individuals with the greatest vitality were undoubtedly Ninth Order body cultivators, such as the sect master. However, even the life force within the sect leader's body couldn't be compared to the life force Lu Yi sensed. There was no comparison at all. Not only was this vitality enormous, but it also gave off a different feeling, as if it was an existence beyond Lu Ye's comprehension, an existence above the spirit sea realm.